Good morning, everyone. We're blessed to have Madam DG in the house this morning. Excellency the Ambassador, and the Ambassador to Morocco, my colleague and Director of the Division, Excellencies here, delegates and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to the 36th session of the International Co-ordinating Council of Man and Biosphere Program, holding today in the beautiful city of Agadir, Morocco. Firstly, I would like to thank the government and wonderful people of Morocco for their warm reception, awesome hospitality, and gracious hosting of this year's MAB ICC session. Remarkably, this is the second time Africa will be hosting MAB ICC after Nigeria hosted for the first time in 2001. Significantly, I would like to genuinely appreciate Morocco for the spirit of comradeship exhibited by stepping down 2 years ago from our second-time election. Secondly, my profound appreciation goes to the UNESCO Director General and the Assistant Director General of Natural Sciences for their remarkable and unflinching support towards MAB program. I also express my sincere gratitude to the entire team of UNESCO MAB Secretariat for the tremendous effort which has gone into the organization of this international meeting. I also thank the local organizing committee here in Morocco for working around the clock on the technical and logistic arrangements to ensure the successful hosting of this meeting. And most importantly, I would like to thank everyone for being part of today's event. Your participation today is a clear demonstration of your unwavering commitment, passion, and dedication to the cardinal objectives of my program. Before I continue, I would like to know the passing of a friend and our colleague, Mr. Yao, the Director of UNESCO International Bureau of Education, who died in April this year, and Mrs. Martin, that we call Mama Afrimab, who also passed away some months ago. These were great people who have exhibited unwavering commitment and proven expertise in UNESCO MAB program, especially in Africa. While we celebrate their extraordinary life and remarkable memories, we offer our heartfelt sympathy to the families left behind. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I'm sure you will agree with me that a gathering like this has the transformative potential to reshape our world. Our meeting here today is allowing us to pause, take stock, re-examine and discuss critical issues, opportunities and actionable solutions in paving the path for a brighter tomorrow, where we can harmoniously coexist with nature. Time is reckoning. We are getting to a tipping point of a rapidly closing window to secure a livable future. We have seen how perilous, inequitable, and unsustainable our development trajectories have been in the face of climate change, environmental degradation, and biodiversity loss. As we all know, the impact of climate change, for instance, is felt in every region of the world. While some regions are experiencing melting glaciers, changing rainfall patterns, and rising sea levels, others are facing more frequent and extreme heat waves, drought, and flooding. The overexploitation of ecosystem services beyond natural carrying capacities especially where these have been converted by human activities into the service, have exposed the planet Earth to varying environmental pressures and degradations. The human global population stands at 8.1 billion. Predictably, this is expected to reach above 8.6 billion by 2030, 9.8 billion by 2050, and could peak at nearly 10.4 billion in the year 2080s. The exponential increase in population has cascading effect on the already depleted natural ecosystem and planetary resources, especially in meeting up with the insatiable demands and luxuries of humans. The deep-rooted unsustainable consumption and production practices all over the world deplete natural resources, leaving environmental footprints caused by the extraction, processing, manufacturing, consumption, and waste disposal patterns. This is our holy world, and as such, a sustainable green planet, environmentally, socially, and economically, should be recognized as our fundamental human right. Towing the path of hope is beyond the Herculean task of a single individual, one industry, or one government alone. We are all in this together. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, 53 years ago, precisely 1971, when this MAB program was initiated, we had but a simple dream. But today, we have grown, learned, and evolved, pushing beyond boundaries and expanding our collective frontiers. Since its inception, the MAB program has made outstanding contributions to the global communities, particularly in safeguarding our planet's natural and cultural diversity. It is gratifying to note that the internationally recognized World Network of Biosphere Reserve is increasing annually. Presently, the network stands at 748 biosphere reserves in 134 countries, including 23 transboundary and 2 transcontinental sites, serving as habitation to more than 277 million people. This size of excellence covers 5% of the world land surface, translating to almost 1 million square kilometers of protected area and 7 million square kilometers of sustainable use land within biosphere reserves. While we commend the remarkable accomplishments made to date, our work is still ongoing and we still have a long way to go. It is crystal clear that we are on the right path. These achievements, therefore, are meant to energize us, increase our momentum by the progress we have made so far, while pushing onward and striving till we reach our ultimate goal. However, we have a short timeline for the humongous task ahead of us, while the present and the next generations are counting on us. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, it has been a great honor and privilege to be standing in front of you on this day. Exiting my position as the chair of MAB COUNCIL, thank you for the wonderful opportunities given to me to serve 2 consecutive tenures. From 2020 to date, it has been a fulfilling experience working with everyone. Permit me, therefore, to use this opportunity to humbly express my sincere gratitude to all the amazing people who have supported me in this 4-year journey. I cannot but be grateful and cannot be grateful enough for the constant support of UNESCO Director General Andrea Zilli, who has been a wonderful support that I have. I'm grateful. And Assistant Director Generals of Natural Sciences during this period. I'm deeply indebted to all the directors of divisions of Ecological and Earth Sciences and the Secretary of MAB program that I've worked with, starting with Miguel to Noeline, and now my friend Antonio. We have indeed a good working relationship. I especially also want to thank the hardworking and dedicated MAB secretariat team for their selfless dedication, high level of commitment, and unrelenting sacrifices for the good of UNESCO MAB program. I would also like to really appreciate the Ambassador of Nigeria to UNESCO, Dr. Ajo Sani, and the entire Nigerian delegates for their solid and supportive working relationship all through the years. Finally, to the brilliant and supportive Bureau and the Council members, all the MAB national committees, national commissions for UNESCO, permanent delegates, managers and focal points of designated sites in all the thematic network, I am profoundly grateful to your cooperation and ingenious contributions to the progress of the MAB program. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, at this junction, I would like to reiterate that we have reached a point of no return where peaceful, consolidated, and harmonious coexistence of humanity with nature is not a matter of choice anymore, but a matter of necessity because it's all about life. To this end, I would like to warmly wish you all a productive discussion and rewarding exchange with positive outcome in the next few days. I thank you.
Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Monsieur le Wali, cher Saïd Hamzazi, Monsieur le Président du Conseil du MAB, Professeur Adeshola Adepodjou, Madame la Directrice Générale de l'ANZOA, chère Latifa Yaakoubi, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur du Maroc auprès de l'UNESCO, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs, Excellences, chers amis, experts, chers de l'UNESCO, vous qui êtes tous présents aujourd'hui. Je voudrais commencer par remercier avec vous le professeur Adeshola Adepodjou pour sa présidence de 4 années formidables au sein du Conseil du MAB. Merci. C'est par l'engagement de tous, notamment de ceux qui sont les grands experts, ceux qui sont aux confins de la science et du politique, que nous pouvons avancer pour le MAB, comme pour tant d'autres programmes de l'UNESCO. Je voudrais également remercier très chaleureusement, très sincèrement le Royaume du Maroc. À titre personnel, pour moi, c'est toujours un grand bonheur d'être ici, mais cette hospitalité marocaine que nous pratiquons ici dans la ville d'Agadir est à l'image de la coopération que le Royaume entretient avec l'UNESCO, c'est-à-dire solaire, chaleureuse, bienveillante et tout à fait favorable au succès de nos travaux. Le professeur l'a dit, c'est la deuxième fois que ce Conseil du MAB se tient sur le continent africain, mais c'est la première fois, je crois, dans le monde arabe. Et là aussi, c'est, je pense, un pas important que nous devons au Maroc. Je voudrais saluer donc les autorités de la ville, de l'État, de l'agence qui nous accueille hier pour cette conférence sur les sols et aujourd'hui pour cette session du MAB, du Conseil du MAB. Et nous sommes dans un endroit très particulier, une réserve de biosphère avec un arbre emblématique, l'arganier, un arbre dont les racines sont le meilleur rempart contre l'érosion des sols et l'avancée du désert, un arbre de résilience adapté à l'aridité du climat et un arbre, vous le savez, dont les propriétés, notamment grâce à l'huile d'argan, ont conquis le monde à travers la médecine, la cuisine ou les cosmétiques. Mais c'est bien plus qu'un arbre, c'est bien plus que des propriétés, c'est toute une civilisation autour de l'Arganeray, c'est aussi toute une culture, et l'UNESCO y est très sensible, des savoirs ancestraux, des chants pratiqués par les femmes qui cultivent les noix de l'arganier et qui le transforment en ce produit miraculeux. J'ai eu l'occasion de les voir avec grand bonheur hier à la coopérative Tait Matin, ces femmes qui, en coopérative, s'organisent à l'image de ce que nous voulons pour le MAB, c'est-à-dire avec des emplois durables, respectueux de la nature, de façon coopérative, intéressée aux résultats et dans l'excellence des produits et des savoirs. C'est en somme un symbole de la relation des êtres humains à la nature tel que nous le soutenons et tel que nous le prônons ensemble. Cette relation millénaire entre une communauté et son environnement, ici dans la réserve de l'Arganeray, nous invite à repenser à l'échelle mondiale notre relation au vivant, notre relation à la planète, pour faire la paix avec la planète et pour qu'elle continue de nous être hospitalière. Et c'est la raison de notre présence ici. Ladies and gentlemen, whether they include cities, savannas, oases, like the one I visited yesterday not far from here in Tiout, mountains, peaks or mangroves, whether they cover small islands or corridors across several countries, all the biosphere reserves in our network share a common raison d'être. Protecting biodiversity, supporting local development and green jobs, encouraging greater involvement of scientists in the search for environmental solutions. These objectives are upheld every day by local authorities, companies, researchers, scientists, above all, by the 275 million people who live in this biosphere network. And these people include many indigenous communities whose ancestral knowledge is an extraordinary resource in learning how to better protect our environment. And it works. We know it does, we see it does work. More generally, our MAB program has the potential to improve its actions even further, and I think this is what the Council will demonstrate this week, to capitalize on its brilliant successes, but also we have a duty to expand it and to better inform societies about its potential and its relevance towards the challenges of today. I am delighted that you will be discussing the adaptation of our program's name, a name that comes from long ago because it was a pioneering program, but I think maybe its title can better reflect our society and realities. We will also be examining the new roadmap for the MAB program and its World Network of Biosphere Reserve for the next 10 years, which will be adopted at the 5th World Congress of Biosphere Reserve in Hangzhou in China in September 25. And this roadmap has to be prepared very carefully. I would like to thank all those that are working as we speak, or nearly as we speak, who started working on this roadmap, and especially the Professor Keping Ma, who is with us. You will also try in this roadmap to better support the countries that don't have yet a biosphere reserve so that they can join our network, and with a special focus on Africa, as you know, our global priority in UNESCO, for instance, by better supporting, reinforcing the experts preparing candidacy files for the continent, but also for islands, coastal areas, and marine environments, which are on the front lines of climate disruption. You will examine 11 new biosphere reserves proposals this week, covering a total of almost 37,000 square kilometers, equivalent to the size of the Netherlands in 10 different countries. Excellencies, this program is a treasure. It has everything we need to succeed. It has the global commitment of the biodiversity family, an ever-growing network of UNESCO chairs, of research, training center under the auspices of UNESCO, of MAB national committees and focal points. we have, I think, a duty, a collective duty, a responsibility to strengthen this program, to expand it, as we know it has the potential and the solutions for the problems we are facing today, and we will be facing even more tomorrow. This is a chance we must seize, and this is also what you will be preparing for the generations to come, thanks to the roadmap you are preparing. Great responsibility, but again, with gold in your hands. So have a good Council. Thank you very much for your presence and participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam DG. With that, I will now yield the floor to the Moroccan Ambassador to UNESCO. You have the floor, sir.
Sabah al-Khair, bonjour, good morning, buenos días a todos. Madame la directrice générale de l'UNESCO, Monsieur le secrétaire d'État de la Guinée équatoriale, Monsieur le Wali de la région Souss-Massa, Si Saïd, merci d'être là. Madame la sous-directrice générale pour les sciences exactes et naturelles, Madame Lydia Brito, Monsieur le président du Conseil régional Souss-Massa, Monsieur le premier vice-président du Conseil communal d'Agadir, Madame la directrice générale de l'Agence nationale de développement des zones oasiennes et de l'Arganeraie, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers amis. أود في البداية أن أتقدم لمولانا صاحب الجلالة نصره الله بخالص التعازي ولسائر أفراد العائلة الملكية الشريفة على إثر وفاة صاحبة السمو الملكي الأميرة لالا لطيفة تغمدها الله برحمته الواسعة وإنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. Mesdames et messieurs, c'est pour moi un honneur, une fierté et un plaisir de vous accueillir aujourd'hui dans cette merveilleuse ville d'Agadir qui se situe au cœur de la réserve de biosphère de l'Arganeraie, première réserve, comme l'a souligné Madame la directrice générale, mondiale du Maroc, inscrite en 1998, sachant également que les savoir-faire liés à l'Arganier font partie du patrimoine culturel immatériel de l'humanité depuis 2014. La région de Souss-Massa est connue mondialement pour son fort potentiel touristique, pour son patrimoine architectural, pour son patrimoine immatériel extraordinaire, riche en kasbah, igoudar, chants et danses traditionnelles séculaires, mais aussi par sa richesse et sa diversité biologique et écologique exceptionnelle, ce qui la place comme modèle d'expérience réussie de conciliation entre développement socio-économique résilient, profitant en premier lieu à la population locale, d'une part, et d'autre part à la gestion durable et la valorisation des ressources naturelles et des savoir-faire locaux. Nous sommes donc réunis ce matin pour lancer l'ouverture de la 36e session du Conseil international de coordination du programme de l'UNESCO sur l'homme et la biosphère, qui est organisée par l'Agence nationale de développement des zones oasiennes et de l'Arganeraie pour la toute première fois au Royaume du Maroc et la deuxième fois en terre africaine. Et je tiens à ce sujet à féliciter la République du Nigeria pour l'organisation de la précédente édition qui a été excellente. Et merci beaucoup au Nigeria. Comme l'ont si bien souligné hier Monsieur le ministre de l'Agriculture et Madame la directrice générale de l'ANZOA dans leurs allocutions à la conférence sur les sols, le choix d'abriter cette session au Maroc est hautement symbolique et stratégique, dans la mesure où, depuis son adhésion au programme MAB il y a plus de 50 ans, le Maroc a toujours été attaché à la mise en œuvre du programme et à la promotion de ses valeurs et de ses objectifs. Aujourd'hui encore, alors que le monde fait face plus que jamais à des menaces et des défis environnementaux multiples et croissants, il a été jugé crucial de marquer l'engagement ferme de notre pays, sous la conduite de Sa Majesté le Roi, que Dieu l'assiste, en faveur des valeurs et objectifs mondiaux, prônant un développement durable et favorisant un équilibre désormais indispensable entre les dimensions environnementales, économiques et sociales. Et en effet, au fil des dernières années, le Royaume du Maroc a pu réaliser une véritable percée en adoptant une approche holistique qui intègre toutes les dimensions environnementales, économiques, sociales dans les politiques nationales et programmes de développement, comme l'exprime d'ailleurs le nouveau modèle de développement. Je peux citer également le leadership régional du Maroc en matière d'énergie renouvelable, les stratégies ambitieuses et les projets et programmes structurants adoptés dans un ensemble de secteurs agricoles, touristiques, industriels, la stratégie nationale pour le développement durable, Generation Green 2020-2030, la stratégie nationale pour les forêts du Maroc 2020-2030, l'initiative Ceinture bleue pour la pêche et l'aquaculture durable en Afrique, l'initiative des oasis durables, lancée durant la COP22 à Marrakech en 2016, et tant d'autres initiatives et stratégies sectorielles importantes qui s'alignent sur les engagements internationaux du Royaume, dont, entre autres, la Convention cadre des Nations Unies pour les changements climatiques, l'accord de Paris, le nouveau cadre mondial de la biodiversité post-2020, les objectifs de développement durable ou l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. Au niveau régional et continental, de nombreux défis restent certainement à relever, évidemment. Et en tant que pays africain et méditerranéen, le Maroc est certes soucieux vis-à-vis de la perte de la biodiversité, entre autres préoccupations majeures, qu'il partage avec son environnement géographique, mais il demeure confiant que grâce au fort potentiel dont jouissent ces régions, des réserves de biosphère, des géoparcs, des sites naturels qui regorgent d'une biodiversité exceptionnelle, les perspectives sont nombreuses pour lutter ensemble contre ces défis et mettre en œuvre nos priorités communes. À ce titre, le programme du MAB nous offre une occasion unique pour traduire nos priorités en actions concrètes en vue de soutenir activement les initiatives émergentes, en particulier à l'échelle arabe et africaine, et d'encourager davantage les projets de partenariat et de coopération internationale dans ce domaine. Pour cela, j'ai le plaisir de vous annoncer que le Royaume du Maroc a décidé de présenter la directrice générale de l'Agence nationale de développement des zones oasiennes et de l'Arganeraie, présidente du comité national MAB, comme candidate à la présidente du Conseil international de coordination du MAB. Et nous aspirons à joindre nos efforts, particulièrement dans cette phase d'élaboration de la nouvelle feuille de route qui va guider le travail du MAB pour la période 2025-2035 et qui sera adoptée en 2025 lors du 5e Congrès mondial des réserves de biosphère à Hangzhou, en Chine. Nous serons heureux de poursuivre notre collaboration, notamment en vue de mobiliser davantage le partenariat, d'abord avec les secteurs et les réseaux de l'UNESCO, notamment le PHI, la COI, le réseau du patrimoine mondial, le réseau des villes apprenantes, dont Agadir est membre d'ailleurs, le réseau des géoparcs mondiaux, etc., ainsi qu'avec d'autres agences onusiennes ou institutions compétentes pour la sensibilisation, l'éducation, le partage des connaissances et le renforcement des capacités institutionnelles et locales et la promotion d'un avenir durable aux futures générations. Et je voudrais terminer en remerciant sincèrement les autorités de la ville d'Agadir, la population, le peuple d'Agadir qui nous réserve, et je le dis au nom de tous les participants puisque je suis le représentant du pays hôte, un accueil magnifique qui a touché tout le monde au cœur, et c'est ça le Maroc. Merci infiniment.
With that, we have come to the end of the opening speeches. We will pause a little to allow our dignitaries on the high table here to take their leave. Then we'll come back to our own business. Is that okay? Thank you. Can we please settle down so that we can start the meeting? If anyone is outside, please come in so that we can start. The meeting is called to order. I will now take my report. Permit me to do my report from here. The Secretariat has it. If it can be projected, I will be happy, but otherwise, I will just speak to it. I would like again to welcome everyone to the 36th session of the International Co-ordinating Council of the Man and Biosphere Program, holding today in Agadir, Morocco. Over the past few years, you agree with me that UNESCO Man and Biosphere Program is gaining more prominence and high visibility at the forefront of the global discourse, particularly on the triple planetary crisis of biodiversity loss, climate change, and environmental degradation, as well as issues negating harmonious integration of man with the environment. This is notably amplified by the continual integration and alignment of the program with global policies, treaties, and goals, including Sustainable Development Goals, Global Forest Goals, Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Service Thematic Assessment, the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, overreaching goals and targets, among others. The Man and Biosphere Program, which is UNESCO's oldest intergovernmental scientific program, has garnered over 53 years of experience and good practices concerning conserving biodiversity, restoring and enhancing ecosystem services, and fostering the sustainable use of natural resources, building sustainable, healthy, and equitable economies, societies, and thriving human settlements, and the empowering people to mitigate and adapt to climate change and other aspects of global environmental change. This is actualized over time with deepening and diversifying partnerships, reinforced collaborations, participatory dialogue, knowledge sharing, exploration and demonstration of scientific and indigenous solutions in addressing global environmental challenges, and respect for cultural values and biological diversities. The MAB program has promoted innovative approaches to economic development that are socially and culturally appropriate and environmentally sustainable through its increasing unique world network of biosphere reserves, currently standing at 738 biosphere reserves in 134 countries, including 22 transboundary and 2 transcontinental sites. These sites of excellence and global observatories provide habitation and support to over 263 million persons and protect 5% of the Earth's area with almost 1 million square kilometers of protected areas and 7 million square kilometers of sustainably used land located within biosphere reserves. These, among others, are commendable landmark indicators of the MAB program. At this junction, I must commend the UNESCO Director General once again, the entire MAB Secretariat and member states for keeping the flag flying and promoting the cardinal objectives and aspirations of MAB program. Key activities engaged in since the 35th session of the MAB ICC held in Paris, hybrid though, include the MAB Bureau held various virtual and presential meetings on crucial matters pertaining to the implementation of the MAB strategy and Lima Action Plan, reviewing and drafting of the new strategy and action plan, organization of the World Congress of Biosphere Reserve in China, Morocco's hosting offer and endorsement, establishment of the review and drafting group for the MAB strategic action plan and endorsement, joint UN mission to Ukraine for assessment of Ukraine biosphere reserves, preparatory briefing on the 36th session of MAB ICC in Morocco, MAB Young Scientist 2024 Awards, International Advisory Committee for Biosphere Reserve, proposal assessment, and periodic review of the World Network of Biosphere Reserve. The MAB ICC chair participated in the 4th Ocean Dialogue in UNESCO designated site and sustainable development held between June 29 and 30th, 2023 in China, with the theme Digital Technologies Enabling Sustainable Development of UNESCO designated sites. The event was attended by more than 200 participants from 20 countries and over 10 international organizations such as UNESCO, ICOMOS, and the International Center for the Study of Preservation and Restoration of Cultural Properties. The dialogue was focused on providing a platform for experts, policymakers, and practitioners to share experiences in the protection and management of more than 2,000 UNESCO designated sites of World Heritage Sites, Biosphere Reserve, and Global Geopark around the world, and to build a vision towards both better protection of global heritage sites and enhancing the contribution of these sites towards implementation of World Heritage Convention and the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. 8 sessions were organized during the dialogue with very topical discussion on issues relating to digital conservation, space technologies, and methodologies for the monitoring and evaluation, harmonized management, disaster risk reduction, climate change, space archaeology, and spatial intelligence in cultural heritage. Integration of heritage and cultural and high-quality development, heritage education. At the end of the meeting, a communique was released with recommendations on climate action for heritage conservation, while advocating for stakeholders to take proper measures, including utilizing state-of-the-art technologies at hand to reduce the risk as well as negative impact posed by climate change. The East Award on Best Practices in Sustainable Development of UNESCO designated site was also launched during the dialogue to recognize innovative and exemplary effort by the site managers, related research institutes, and other organizations from UNESCO member states on the best practices of digital technology for the conservation and sustainable development of UNESCO designated sites. In 2023, UNESCO and GRO formalized cooperation on fostering ecosystem restoration in Africa by signing a partnership agreement to reinforce the capacity for ecosystem restoration in Africa. Annually, 2 young scientists from biosphere reserves in Africa are invited to participate in a 6-month GRO postgraduate land restoration training program in Iceland. The signed agreement formalizes a partnership that was initiated in 2021 when the first two beneficiaries, Peace from Nigeria and Leonard from Malawi, participated and graduated from the program in 2022. In 2023, two other fellows from Nigerian Biosphere Reserve also graduated from the program, making a total of 4 fellows from African Biosphere Reserves to have completed their 6-month training under this program. The second International Day for Biosphere Reserves was celebrated on the 3rd of November 2023 across the World Network of Biosphere Reserves and member states. This day was marked in recognition of the significance of biosphere reserve in the conservation of the delicate balance between nature and cultural diversity. Particularly, the day is set aside to acknowledge the relevance of these reserves in maintaining a balance between human development, environmental conservation, and cultural preservation. Excellencies, the 30th sessions of the International Advisory Committee for Biosphere Reserve was held in Paris from 19th to 22nd February 2024. With the introduction of new members to the Advisory Committee, the Advisory Committee examined proposals for nomination, extensions, renaming, and rezoning of biosphere reserves. The committee also examined periodic review reports received since the previous Advisory Committee meeting. The committee also deliberated on the status of implementation of recommendations of periodic reviews endorsed by MAB and excellence process, as well as on the MAB database and biodiversity portal and digitalization process of the statutory forms. I would like to use this opportunity to commend the professionality of the constituted advisory committee over time, who have been doing their exercise consistently and meticulously, resulting in the increased number of biosphere reserves, transboundary sites, and transcontinental sites. Therefore, I urge them to continue in this energetic and excellent drive in the sustaining and ensuring the delivery of quality technical assessment, examination, and recommendations. The open-ended working group on youth engagement within the framework of the MAB program and the World Network of Biosphere Reserves held a series of meetings towards finalization of their reports and recommendations. In 2018, the government of Nigeria entered into triangular partnership with the government of India and UNESCO, and in 2023, Nigeria received approval and was awarded the India-UN Development Partnership Fund of $1 million for the implementation of a project titled Biodiversity Business in One Biosphere Reserve, Urban Biosphere Reserve, and Sherry Hill Biosphere Reserve. With this, I want to say a big thank you to the government of India, and I hope we'll have more government to support developing countries on this drive. Aiming to poverty reduction, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable development in Nigeria. The project was conceptualized by the Man and Biosphere National Committee of Nigeria and the Federal Ministry of Environment in conjunction with UNESCO Abuja Regional Office in 2018. The implementation of the project was inaugurated in 2024 with the focal objective of reducing poverty and contributing to sustainable development and biodiversity in Urban Biosphere Reserve, that happen to be our oldest, Urban Biosphere Reserve in Nigeria, and Sherry Hill Biosphere Reserve. This is specifically to be achieved through the establishment of green economy activities with a focus on youth and women, by diversifying and improving local economy through improved and alternative green biodiversity-related livelihoods, building the capacity of the communities in a holistic manner to ensure the sustainability and the biodiversity businesses, and enabling completion of the nomination dossier for Sherry Hill Reserve to join the World Network of Biosphere Reserve. Finally, I acknowledge the immense support of the Director General of UNESCO, MAB Bureau, and the ICC members, the MAB Secretariat, Regional MAB National Committee, National Commissions, permanent delegates, managers, and focal points of designated sites in the World Network of Biosphere Reserves, and the World Network of Montane Biosphere Reserve for a fruitful journey and teamwork so far, particularly during the last 4 years of 2020 to 2024 of my tenure. Your immeasurable contributions and footprints in actualizing the vision of MAP program, where people are conscious of their shared future and interactions with the planet Earth, and act collectively and responsibly to perpetually build thriving society in harmony with nature, will never be forgotten in the sand of time. I thank you. It is all about life. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Professor Adepoju Adeshola, our chair during the last years. Thank you for all of your work, all your encouragement and motivation that you provide to the MAP family. And thank you for reporting about those initiatives that you listed that were contributing during the last years for the development towards the implementation of the MAP program. Thank you very much. We have a request, we will continue, but we have a request from some council members. So if you agree, we are a few minutes ahead of the coffee break, and we have a small request from some council members that are still preparing some logistics for the election. That will be the next point of our agenda. So the suggestion is to have a break now for the coffee, but making sure that we will start sharp 11:30 with the next point, that it will be the election of the new bureau. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll proceed on break. Thank you. Let those who are outside come in and let's settle down to continue the business of the day. The meeting is called to order. With that, I'll yield the floor to the Secretary to take us through the next item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We are now moving to the point 4, election of the new Bureau members of the MAB ICC. So we have, as you all know, this is the moment to elect the representatives per group. And we have as candidates for the presidency, we have the Kingdom of Morocco. For Group 2, we have Slovakia. For Group 1, Portugal. For Group 2, Slovakia. For Group 3, that is Latin America and the Caribbean, we have no candidates up to now. For Group 4, it's Republic of Korea. Then for Group 5A is Zambia. And of course, as I mentioned before, Group 5B, coinciding with the presidency, is Morocco. Okay, so we move now. Group 1.
Any nomination for Group 1?
Sorry?
Who wants to take the floor?
Today.
Can you raise your flag?
Sorry? Yes, please.
Okay.
Can you?
Portugal?
Yes, Portugal, yes. So,
You have the floor.
well, thank you very much. I mean, this is my first ICC MAB meeting, so I apologize for what exactly should I say, but I'm thrilled and honored to represent, the name of Portugal, but of course representing the Group 1, and I will do my best to support all the initiatives that are, of course, out of the decision of our group. So I'll be happy to do it.
Thank you. We have Portugal for Group 1. Is there anyone else who wants to take floor for Group 1? If there's none, then Portugal represents Group 1. With that, we go to Group 2. Group 2 now. I can't see well. Which country is that? Please, can you use your mic? The writing on the plug is quite tiny. Thank you. It's difficult because of light from here. Can somebody echo the country, raising the plug to me? What's the name? Slovakia. You have the floor. Please, can you assist her with her mic? The mic on that row is not working. Can you just move that to your front or back and see whether any of the mic there is active?
Hello? Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Similarly, like Portugal, I would like to thank for the confidence from my group. And
Can you make it
also-
louder, please?
Also, I would like to thank all the ICC to give the trust to Slovakia, and I will do my best to work on progressing the MAB program. So thank you very much once again.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you well. I think you need to speak louder so that we will not assume or just guess you are saying something. Please.
Okay, so once again, similarly like my colleague from Portugal, I would like to thank, first of all, the Group 2 for the confidence given to me and also to ICC, and I promise to make my best to work on progressing my program for the next term in the Bureau. And thank you once again on behalf of Slovakia.
Thank you. We have Slovakia. Will anyone else from that group want to take the floor? And if there's none, then we have Slovakia for Group 2. With that, we move to Group 3. Group 3.
Costa Rica.
You have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. En el grupo 3 tenemos todavía algunas consultas en curso, por lo que agradeceríamos si fuera posible ofrecernos un espacio para poder confirmar la candidatura por parte del grupo 3. Gracias.
Thank you, Costa Rica. Will anyone else want to say anything to that? Submission made by Costa Rica. If there's none, we defer that of Group 3 to when the consultation is completed, then the next bureau will communicate that to us. So with that, we'll move to Group 4. Group 4, China is requesting for the floor. You have the floor. His mic is not working. Can you please assist? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We, China MAB, would like to recommend Republic of Korea to be re-elected as a member of the Bureau. Thank you very much.
Thank you, China. Will anyone else want to take the floor? Japan, you have the floor.
We also support Korea's candidate.
Is anyone having any dissenting opinion about that? If there's none, then Japan elected. Korea, I mean. Not Japan, Korea. Prof, my apology. With that, we'll go to 5A. With that, we'll go to 5A. That's African group. Zambia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Zambia would like to thank the members of Group 5A for the support given and promises to deliver as required, starting hopefully with AfriMAB next year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Zambia. Thank you, African Group, for Zambia nominations. With that, Zambia remain elected. With that, I go to my group, the Arab group, who want to take the floor. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the honor to present Morocco to be the chair of the next ICC if it is applicable. And thank you very much. And I wish luck and wish luck for the ICC under the presidency of Morocco. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, from Morocco, from Egypt. Will anyone else want to say anything about the candidacy of Morocco? One as a member of the Bureau, second as the chair and president of the MAB COUNCIL. Where are the Arab group? Say something about Morocco. Yeah, you have the floor.
I was holding it for a very long time, but...
Oh, I didn't see you. Please say something. I'm waiting.
No, really, I echo my colleague from Egypt, and we support the nomination of our colleagues in Morocco. I'm pretty sure they will be an addition to the ICC, and we support them, and we look forward to collaborate with them on that. Thank you so much, Shir.
Thank you. Will anyone else want to take the floor? Azerbaijan, you have the floor.
Though we don't, thank you, Mr. Chair. Though we don't belong to the
It doesn't matter.
5B, but first of all, we would like to support the chairmanship of Kingdom of Morocco and wish them all the best in their chairmanship, in steering the committee, as well as I would like to also assure my brother, ambassador of Morocco, and the Moroccan delegation of Azerbaijan's full support to the chairmanship of Morocco. Thank you.
Thank you, Azerbaijan. Then I now give the floor to Bangladesh, then China.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Morocco, the Kingdom of Morocco has led many important initiatives, many important multilateral processes, and we are fully confident in their leadership. And Morocco always brings to this multilateral process a wealth of experience and knowledge, and we are confident in their leadership of this ICC. And we pledge our support to the chairmanship of Morocco.
Thank you, Bangladesh. With that, I'll move to China.
We fully support Morocco to be elected as the chair of the Bureau. And as you all know, the 5th WMBR conference will be held in China, in Hangzhou. And we do hope, under leadership of the Bureau will fully support to make this conference as a great success one. Thank you all.
Thank you, China. With that, Morocco is elected member of the Bureau and as the president of the MAB COUNCIL. Thank you, everyone. With that, I will invite the member of the new bureau to please come forward. We'll take some shot, then you start your job with immediate effect. Okay. Please come. Morocco, Zambia, Portugal, South Korea. Please come forward. Oh, okay. Let's come there.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Je voudrais d'abord remercier toutes les délégations. Remercier également notre ambassadeur pour sa confiance. Remercier le secrétaire général de la Commission nationale également pour son appui, son soutien. Remercier l'UNESCO pour avoir organisé ces deux événements au sein de notre belle ville d'Agadir. Je tiens à exprimer mes remerciements à toutes les délégations, tous les ambassadeurs, ambassadrices qui sont présentes là aujourd'hui. Et désolée de ne pas parler anglais, mon anglais n'est pas très parfait. Je souhaiterais également vous réitérer notre engagement, l'engagement de notre pays envers les valeurs qui sont défendues par le programme MAB, tel que cité par Madame la directrice générale tout à l'heure, mais également dans le discours de notre ministre hier et celui de notre ambassadeur aujourd'hui. Donc en tant que présidente fraîchement élue, donc je m'engage également à maintenir les valeurs qui sont défendues au niveau de ce programme, mais également à continuer à faire prospérer le programme, à faire la promotion également de tous les efforts qui sont consentis au niveau de chaque groupe de travail et essayer de faire adhérer aussi le maximum de pays qui ne sont pas encore aujourd'hui au sein de ce réseau. Je tiens plus particulièrement à remercier mon équipe, l'équipe de l'ANZOA qui était là. Et je vous demande de les applaudir tous et toutes. Bravo l'ANZOA, là où vous êtes, Agadir, Aswerat, Aroudan, Taraba, un peu partout. Donc on travaille sur 40% du pays. Je suis fière de vous, je suis fière du travail que vous faites. Et je vous demande de vous engager encore plus avec moi dans ces nouvelles responsabilités. Je tiens également à remercier notre agence qui nous a accompagnés, l'agence ANIA également. Bravo à Keltouma, à Brahim et à toute l'équipe. Donc c'est grâce à eux que nous avons eu cette belle salle sous le format que vous voyez. Grâce à eux également, nous avons eu toute la logistique et assuré l'accueil des délégations. J'espère que tout s'est bien passé. En tout cas, on a suivi ça de très près. Donc j'espère que tout le monde va passer un très bon séjour. Nous avons un programme parallèle qui est également très riche. Donc ce soir, nous invitons toutes les délégations à assister au dîner officiel qui va être offert en votre honneur. En la présence de avec la présence de Madame la directrice générale de l'UNESCO et toutes les autorités locales. Il va y avoir une programmation artistique également très très riche. Nous vous invitons également à faire les excursions qui sont programmées lors de la journée de jeudi, mais aussi à assister à des événements culturels qui sont là, spécialement également pour ces délégations. Donc nous avons le grand carnaval d'Agadir qui aura lieu le mercredi à partir de 18h. Et nous avons également le festival de la musique amazigh qui accueille les musiques du monde à partir de jeudi, vendredi et samedi pour ceux qui peuvent également rester pour la soirée de samedi. Et voilà, donc je vous souhaite bon séjour à Agadir et puis on va continuer à travailler ensemble la main dans la main pour continuer le travail que vous avez déjà commencé et entamé. Et je souhaite plein succès aux travaux de ces sessions et merci encore pour votre confiance.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and welcome to the MAB family, and we are sure, and congratulations for your election on behalf of Morocco, as well as to all new Bureau members, and also it is also the time to say thank you and welcome to new Council members. As we are seeing here, this is a good number of participants and maybe a record for the last years, including a lot of new Council members that have not yet biosphere reserves. This means that there is a huge recognition within the UNESCO family of the interest and the relevance of this program. And this is the work that all Council members and member states and all the MAB families are doing during the last years, that they are doing a good work that is becoming also attractive for other Council members for other member states to be part of the Council, even if they are not so familiar with the MAP program. This is a good sign, and this is due to all of your work. So we are moving now for the next point, that is the adoption of the agenda and timetable. So you have all the documentation for the meeting, and we would like to know if there is any request, if we are okay with the proposed agenda and timetable. Yeah. France.
Bonjour à tous. Je tenais au nom de notre délégation à féliciter notre nouvelle présidente. Merci beaucoup et merci pour ce fantastique accueil. Deux aspects que nous voudrions aborder concernant ce point à l'ordre du jour, le point 5. Nous sommes un peu surpris de ne pas voir d'éléments à l'ordre du jour sur la célébration de la Journée mondiale des réserves de biosphère. Est-ce que cela signifie qu'il n'y a pas lieu de se concerter au niveau du CIC cette année sur cet aspect? Nous en avions déjà discuté d'autres années, mais cette fois-ci, donc, ce point n'est pas proposé. Ce n'est pas dramatique, mais peut-être que quelques échanges pourraient avoir lieu dans les points divers. Par ailleurs, nous suggérons que soient discutés dans les points autres questions les deux thèmes suivants. Le premier, le système d'alerte en cas de menace pesant sur une réserve de biosphère. La procédure qui existe actuellement devrait, selon nous, être formalisée pour gagner en efficacité. Nous avons de plus en plus de soucis dans certaines réserves de biosphère pour différentes raisons et nous souhaitons que ce système d'alerte soit vraiment efficace. Le deuxième point concerne des amendements et des améliorations à apporter aux directives techniques. Cela concerne notamment l'utilisation du logo des réserves de biosphère par les parties prenantes signataires des dossiers de candidature pour lesquels nous avions contacté il y a quelque temps le secrétariat, mais aussi la question des réserves de biosphère transfrontières, de leur plan de coopération et la question des réseaux thématiques. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Do we have any other requests or observations? Yes, Cook Island.
Bon, bonjour, merci. En l'honneur de notre nouvelle présidente, je vais parler français. Voilà. Et je vais me permettre de faire peut-être une parenthèse. Donc, nous sommes des nouveaux élus. Donc, le MAB est tout nouveau pour les îles Cook et pour, je pense, beaucoup des îles Pacifiques. J'ai une remarque que j'aimerais que vous preniez comme étant celle d'un nouveau membre. Je me suis aperçue en lisant le rapport que le secrétariat du MAB et les bureaux hors siège avaient réussi à lever des fonds extra-budget. En lisant tous les documents, je me suis aperçue que les États membres sont très en support des projets, l'Union européenne de même. Il y a aussi beaucoup de partenaires privés. Ce qui me gêne, c'est que je n'ai pas vu d'informations financières à la suite du rapport. Alors, je sais, j'ai entendu les anciens membres me dire que ça n'était pas là, mais ce n'est pas forcément une raison de ne pas l'être. Je ne demande pas quelque chose de très compliqué, mais j'estime que comme j'ai essayé de trouver ces informations dans le C5, et je sais que nous n'avons pas un breakdown au niveau des comités intergouvernementaux, j'ai conscience de ça, mais j'estime que pour motiver peut-être, pour aller plus loin, nous sommes dans un processus de créer la vision, d'avoir un nouveau plan, avoir des informations sur l'état du budget régulier, sur l'état des fonds extra-budget et des fonds privés, pourrait aussi nous amener à prendre de meilleures décisions ou demander plus d'assistance à BSP. Je pense que c'est quand même quelque chose que nous devrions être informés La forme, je vous laisse le libre choix, mais j'estime que c'est quand même une information et ça nous éviterait d'aller chercher cette information à travers le C5 et qui parfois est un petit peu obscur. Voilà, donc c'est juste une suggestion. Merci beaucoup.
One more or two comments or suggestions, and then we can try to address the ones that were already placed. No? Okay, alors, we can go, and starting by the last intervention, Cook Islands. From the Secretariat, I think, yes, this is something that we can improve, although some of the projects, they are not really the traditional process within the UNESCO and other situations governance. So sometimes there are projects that are approached during the year, even without planning. It's an opportunity, it's a member state request. It's a combination of donors that can be private or public, but yes, we need to find a way of better communicating and making more transparent and accountable. Maybe this can be done through, if you want to discuss this during the session and within the different moments and situations, maybe this can be done by ensuring that we have a template or a form for each project that can quickly do identity card, not only about the calendar, the name, the donors and the budget and the simple main objectives. It's something that from our side we are trying to improve at the Secretariat level, and it will be good to bring it back to you to discuss and to agree on the best format, to be also easy to follow and to monitor and to provide information. And of course, those that are included in the regular budget, they should also be clearly and easier to follow by the Council and any member states. France, the International Day of Biosphere Reserves, we had a decision some councils ago that the idea, it can be discussed and maybe changed, it depends on the council of course, but the idea was to decentralize the process, so maybe we can discuss it during the discussion, this council, if we want to proceed, if we want to have a thematic proposal or a mechanism. So as you are aware, the last year it was a decentralized process, but ensuring that UNESCO is facilitating the communication of what's happening in the ground. So through the website and communication, we were able to broadcast and to list, and anyone can see and follow any initiative. So maybe we can discuss if we want to have a thematic approach for the upcoming year. And what can we do from the communication point of view to better motivate and to have a mobilization? But we agreed during 2 councils ago that this will be decentralized based on regional networks and at national and local level, because it's where the festivities really happen and not at central headquarters in Paris, because sometimes doing a big conference, it doesn't reflect the huge diversity and motivation that we see in the field. About the governance mechanisms and mechanisms of approval, yes, one of the discussions that the drafting group and some networks are making during the last years, it's that in fact we have a complicated and sometimes difficult to understand on the communication process what is the mechanism. We moved from excellency to exit, or from exit strategy to excellence strategy, and this it's not very clear to be understood by all relevant stakeholders, but here at the Council we need to improve the mechanisms and to ensure that we are communicating and getting feedback on time to take decisions. It's part of our business here in the Council. The utilization of the logo, there is a proposal, in fact, from France that will be made available during this council within a larger point that from the Secretariat, we fully support. That is more clarity and more a better support to better use the logo and to make it available to promote not only the territories but also the program itself. And we thank France for this suggestion. Are there any other points, questions? If not, Madam Chair, we can move to the next point. And the next point is the report. So we can consider the agenda and timetable approved? Yeah, it's adopted. And now the next point is the report of the Secretary. So it's my time. I will try maybe to do it there because there is a computer and the presentation. I don't know if we have the presentation ready and if I can control it from here. In the meantime, I would like to take this moment to bring back the memory of one of us that unfortunately is not here. So this is the moment that I think that some of us, many of us, are missing Professor Driss Fassi. So. I personally was thinking what will be his mood today, his proudness, not only as a scientist and as a person, but as a Moroccan, that he was always with us during the last, at least I met him more than 20 years ago. So he misses here, and I think this is the best tribute that we can do. It's to continue his work and to benefit and to go back and learn from some wise words, some vision that he shared with us during the last years. Thank you, Professor Driss, and to Morocco to make people like this. Well, do we have the presentation? If not, in any case, well, you know the presentation, the report of the Secretary is about how and what we did during the last year from the Secretariat point of view related to the statutory duties, and to report about the main and the most relevant activities within the MAB program since the last ICC, based on the decisions that the Council took, but also in relation to collaboration with other UNESCO programs and within UNESCO in relation to this. We are, as it was said during the last 2 days, we are in a moment that shows how relevant the MAB program is, because the UNESCO Biosphere Reserve is not just a territory with interesting assets, with natural and cultural heritage, with compromised people. We are more than that. So we need to reflect and use these moments, at least from the Secretariat point of view, to really have the capacity to reflect and to assume compromise towards what is our responsibility. As our DG says, UNESCO Biosphere Reserves, they are concrete things. They are territories, they are people. And we have the responsibility to prove that it is possible to continue to think about the future and sustainability if we respect, if we understand, if we know more about nature and about our position towards nature. So the planetary crisis, the development crisis, whether it's from please, it's going too fast. If I can control it from here, it will be better. Can you put it back? So we are working here under a situation that is critical. There is a global crisis, and we have a role to play. There's no other network of territories and sites that host the most relevant biodiversity elements, key species, habitats, ecosystems than the UNESCO Biosphere Reserves. So we have a responsibility to make this as the center, or at least a major contribution for the global. Okay. Perfect. But it's not showing. Okay. The report this year, we changed a little bit, so we will not read the full document that you have with you, because it will be boring. My voice is not the best for that. So what we try to bring here, it's a presentation that can highlight and stress some examples of both the statutory activities as well as the main activities, whether current or extra budgetary initiatives, that could show how we are working and moving towards the achievements of the MAP program. I think now it's coming, if it goes. So it's not reading the report. Maybe some things that are in the report will not be mentioned here. This is more or less a highlights, and then giving some time for us to discuss. Well, as you know, last year we had 11 new biosphere reserves in 11 countries. We are getting close to 1,000 biosphere reserves, so we are 748. But we can see that there is an unbalance, so there are regions where we have more biosphere reserves. We need to look at this to reflect a little bit and see what can we do. But nevertheless, we are around 300 million people that are living and working or consider biosphere reserves as home. Last year, we had among us Noeline, that was she retired after serving very well UNESCO, so we had the capacity to say a good farewell to her. She was the first African woman secretary of the MAP program, and I think we are here sharing and benefiting from her work and all the predecessors, but this is the moment also to thank Noeline. The good news is that she's still around, and the fact is that we have a good representation of Madagascar here. She is member of the Malgache MAB committee, and the good news is that very soon Madagascar is bringing new biosphere reserves into our family. So thank you, and keep doing, Noeline. And if there is anyone here thinking that is going on retirement, sorry, but you will have more time to work with us and for us. Well, since last year we had a few statutory meetings, for sure, both the Bureau and the Advisory Scientific Committees. So we had a few meetings, whether virtual or presential. And these meetings were in July, in January, in February, the Advisory Scientific Committee that brought recommendations that we will see during this, and we will assess and vote during this council. And finally, we had a more recent meeting of the Bureau. Basically, a few items in the agenda of these meetings were related not only with this council meeting, because we had the endorsement by the Bureau of the generous offer of Morocco to host this council, because it was not approved during the live council, it was afterwards, and it was endorsed by the Bureau, and then we are here, and thank you again to Morocco for hosting us. We had also a meeting of the Bureau that was more to move on with the drafting groups, so there was a decision to establish and to set up a drafting group that could work for us or do a sort of kickoff to set up an outline of what will be the roadmap and the new MAP strategy and action plan. So this drafting group, as decided by the Council, is steered by the Bureau, and the Secretariat helped in bringing together good representation, whether at regional level, gender, and intergenerational. And we have a nice group of 15 people working already very hard, and they will come back. So some of the points that traditionally are reported into the report, I am not stressing them because there will be moments during this council where they will be addressed individually and more extensively than here. So now we move into projects, activities, and here we have some examples, not all, about initiatives that the Secretariat was following or was engaged and participating. Because this is more or less the life or samples of the life of the program itself. What we did here for this presentation, we can change next year, is to do a sort of regional project or projects that are happening at regional level and then global projects. And we are just using a few examples because it will be the whole session of the Council if we list everything. So in relation to Africa, we would like to give as an example the Yangambi project that is dealing with, it's using a biosphere reserve, Yangambi, as a model for observation on climate change. So there is a lot of relevant activities, and this is also a project that brings together scientists and not only biosphere reserve managers and communities. So there's a lot of science, and here it's about increasing resilience at local level and integrating different dimensions of scientific knowledge, but also traditional and citizen participation. This is a project supported by one member state, in this case Belgium, that engages also with universities from the member state and the communities. Another project is the Be Resilient. In this case, it's a project sponsored by a regional government, Flanders in Belgium. And this is a project that combines not only the MAP program, but also with our colleagues from the section, in this case, the hydrology program. So this is about climate adaptation in 4 biosphere reserves in South Africa. And we are using here a tool that is a very interesting and robust and well accepted and adopted at the UN level for climate risk informed decision analysis and decision. So this is the CRIDA that was developed by our colleagues in the water sector, in the water division, and this is being tested and implemented, and it is in fact a demonstration that biosphere reserves are living labs for testing innovative and to adapt new technologies and new ways of approaching this. This is also a project that brings together, again, citizen science at community level, and it's promoting the capacity to use citizen science for monitoring global processes at local level, in particular regarding climate change. This is also a project that is sponsoring a lot of activities of capacitation, but also discussion forums that are extended the project and the ideas and the outcomes further than just the places where they are happening. Another example of another project, in this case with the sponsorship of the European Commission, it's the Albatross. It's a good example. We selected this as a case because it's managed by a field office, so it's not headquarters. The MAP program, it's not just Paris, it's the field office, it's the member states, it's the biosphere reserves managers. And in this case, it's a project that targets the long-term benefits and climate action for nature-based solutions. So again, biosphere reserves here are being used to test and to communicate best practices based on nature-based solutions in different sub-Saharan countries. So again, this project combines not only MAB sites, biosphere reserves, but also World Heritage sites and geoparks. And the management is our colleagues from Nairobi field office that are here. Congratulations to them. So if we move to another region, in this case, if we go to the other side of the pool, in Latin America, we have a few initiatives that I'm just highlighting a few of them. In this case, we have the Mangroves project that is about mangrove restoration. And better than me, we have a small video that we will pass it now. I hope it can work.
To preserve mangroves, one of the planet's most vital ecosystems, UNESCO launched the Mangroves Project in September 2022. Since then, significant progress has been made thanks to the collaborative work between biosphere reserves, government representatives and scientists in understanding the current state of mangroves in 7 biosphere reserves in Latin America and the Caribbean.
I am Yasmin Ceballos-Quintanilla, Belgian Ecuadorian trainee, and thanks to the Flanders Traineeship program, I'm giving general support into the Mangroves project here at the UNESCO headquarters in Paris. Today, I'm giving you some updates on the advances and challenges of our project. Since the beginning, key face-to-face meetings have taken place, such as the project launch at La Encrucijada Biosphere Reserve in Mexico, and scientific meetings at flagship sites such as the Seaflower Biosphere Reserve in Colombia and the Trifinio Fraternidad Transboundary Biosphere Reserve in Honduras. Different stakeholders have worked together to collect data to create a solid baseline on biosphere reserve mangroves to ensure successful restoration. Implementation in the biosphere reserves is now progressing in multiple countries, including Colombia, Cuba, Ecuador, Mexico, and Peru. The project provided opportunities for young scientists to contribute to mangrove conservation. To get everyone on board, the project includes various communication and awareness-raising activities, like the production of educational and audiovisual materials, and the organization of advocacy campaigns for the International Day for the Conservation of the Mangrove Ecosystem.
Somos guardianes de un tesoro natural único.
The Mangroves Project is a reminder of the importance of global collaboration and commitment to the conservation of our planet. Join us in fostering resilience, biodiversity, and sustainable livelihoods. Together, we can make a difference.
Also in the same region, in Latin America, we have the Amazon project that is sponsored by a private partner, the group LVMH, that it's bringing together Brazil, Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, and we have requests from other countries in the region to join this initiative that is promoting enhancement of resilience and halt biodiversity loss. This brings also, again, local knowledge and citizen science with top science information about monitoring biodiversity loss. If we come to Europe, the example that we are bringing here, and there are other that could be also shown, it's a project that is sponsored by also a private partner, Volkswagen, that is supporting European biosphere reserves in Spain, Poland, and Germany, bringing the sites and the territories as models for biodiversity and climate change through mobility or increasing electric mobility, and also landscape and ecosystem restoration. So there are a lot of ongoing activities, and together all the projects, some of them, they are just here to show the different dimensions that every time that there is an action within the MAP program, it combines local communities, local and national governments, then international cooperation, science, and different actors all together under the same umbrella. So basically the biosphere reserves as World Heritage Sites and geoparks, they are entry points for cooperation and for addressing any issue at global level. So it's not difficult to bring together partners and to mobilize relevant actors to move on. We have also some projects that are global, let's say that they are not regional and they have interventions in a more global perspective. And in this particular, we have an ongoing project since some years, since 2020, that is known as the Earth Network project that is sponsored by one member state, Italy, that this is the moment also to thank the government and the delegation of Italy for helping us to implement this project. It's a project with a vast geographical distribution. All these dots that you see here, all these flowers, they show activities that were happening in different regions. So you can see that it's becoming really worldwide initiative, and in fact it is supporting the development of the MAP program in different dimensions and different interventions. We have also a small video about this project and then some figures.
The Earth is a network. Biodiversity is the living fabric humans and other ecosystems depend on. Everything we eat, everything we drink, the very air we breathe, it all comes from this thread of life. UNESCO designations celebrate the best examples of living together on Earth and have the potential to inspire total reconciliation among people, for nature, with nature everywhere on Earth. And that's where the Earth Network comes into play.
I am Dr. Heidi Bernstein from Suriname. I came here as a UNESCO Earth Network expert. My role is to conduct an environmental and social impact assessment.
With support from Italy, the project matches the biodiversity conservation and restoration goals of UNESCO designated sites with the expertise of senior and young experts, connecting science with local and indigenous knowledge. The project supports scientific missions to UNESCO designated sites to accelerate and leverage local initiatives. These missions are underpinned by capacity building activities at different scales, from local workshops to global trainings and open online courses. The knowledge and solutions generated by these initiatives will be featured and shared in the brand new UNESCO Biodiversity Portal. Supported by the Earth Network, this platform will inspire action in and beyond UNESCO-designated sites and serve as powerful monitoring tools for UNESCO member states in the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and Paris Agreement, as well as a celebration of being part of a global connected community.
Llevar a los expertos para un trabajo y una intervención en esos espacios, en restauración, en conservación y en otras áreas que se necesiten, dejar las capacidades y fortalecer esos esfuerzos. Entonces creemos que puede ser un modelo muy importante sobre cómo aterrizar estos grandes acuerdos globales y estas mega decisiones en el ámbito local.
It's about life.
It's about life. It is about life.
In fact, this project reflects very much the different dimensions of the MAP program because it's helping with the establishing and the functioning of the MAP committees, the establishment and the functioning of the governance at biosphere reserve level. And also it's promoting capacitation to youth, to different target groups, and it's expanding at regional level and bringing together different dimensions, including support to some of the governance issues like the periodic reviews and nomination forms. Some member states are already benefiting from the Earth Network support to establish the first biosphere reserves. So you have here the global current situation, and only these years, just to give you some figures, we had already 6 missions, because this project works with the support of experts that are volunteers, so they don't get any funding. They are available, they made themselves available, and the project supports the cost of missions and logistics to bring them to respond to the needs in a way that is, we can consider, tailor-made to each individual case. So again, this is a call to any member state here, any Biosphere Reserve representative or MAB committee, please make use of this project, because sometimes we are crowded with information and we are not able to benefit from the existing resources. It's a communication issue sometimes. We are overloaded and we don't take advantage. And this is something that we are trying to improve, to make the information available. With Italy, in this case, we did an information meeting in 2023. And then, since then, a few other countries are coming, and what I mentioned is before about Madagascar, it's also a result of this project. So 6 missions this year already happened: Cambodia, Ghana, Madagascar, Cuba, Tanzania, and Morocco, covering not only biosphere reserves, but also geoparks and World Heritage Sites. 23 workshops, technical workshops, regular and regional workshops and meetings, for instance, improving capacity of producing updated shapefiles and zonation schemes, maps at technical level. That is a problem that some biosphere reserves and countries have. And also involving youth and massive online training that is bringing together, well, in this case, more than 1,000 young people, several online that gathered hundreds and hundreds of people, and these massive online courses will be available so anyone can do it at her or his convenience. Technical support, and of course also on the communication level, this project is supporting the communication of through the biodiversity portal or UNESCO communication channels, what the MAP program is doing. There are already a few activities planned for continuing this year, this project. 10 missions are already in the final stage of preparation to be implemented. These will come and will increase the number of countries benefiting from this initiative. And also, we just finished a communication plan and strategy that will include a podcast series. So the idea is to use different channels, not only the traditional ones, to reach different segments and audiences. And podcasts, they can stay there forever and they can be listened when we have time. It's also a project that is contributing to the positioning of the MAP program and UNESCO in relation to the CBD Convention, in particular regarding the indicators of youth engagement and participation, and not only. So I think this is really a cross-cutting project that we should continue to explore because it's coming to close to the end, but we still have time to move fast. Here, a word also to our field offices in New Delhi, in Nairobi, in Montevideo and Santiago, that quickly after introducing this project, in less than 2 weeks, they were able to mobilize funds and to mobilize experts to implement some of the activities. We have also other global projects like the Women for Bees, that is a project sponsored by a private partner that is contributing to practical, concrete activities, providing capacity for women on beekeeping. Bulgaria, Cambodia, France, Russian Federation, Rwanda and Slovenia already benefited from this project, and now for this year and next year, China, Ethiopia, Peru, and other countries are joining, and this is becoming really an interesting initiative with some relevance at local level, not only from the socio-economic perspective and capacity for women, but when we speak about beekeeping, we cannot forget that pollinators, it's a key issue and a key element for biodiversity conservation. We could continue talking about individual projects, but we have a lot and we can use the rest of the time to discuss and to go deeper into those that are listed in the detailed and comprehensive report. But there is also another line of work that the Secretariat is promoting, and this year the idea was to, or we were contributing to the creation and the functioning of MAB committees, in particular in Gabon, São Tomé, Burundi, and also this is the moment to celebrate the coming back of the Brazilian MAB committee. So very recently we received finally the good news that Brazil brought back and established again the MAB National Committee. That is a very important step since many years where the MAB Committee was not available and not working. Not only about the MAB committees, but also about the creation of new biosphere reserves. As I said in my initial remarks, there is a growing interest, not only from countries that are promoting more biosphere reserves, which recognizes the relevance of the existing ones, but new countries interested to come to the MAB Council, like we mentioned here today, Cook Islands, and there is a trend of new biosphere reserves, and we listened this morning, our DG saying that UNESCO will enhance, and in particular for some critical and priority areas, such as seeds and Africa, UNESCO is willing to provide support to promote and to incentivize the establishment of new biosphere reserves. Bhutan, Nepal, Gabon, São Tomé and Príncipe, Guinea-Bissau, Madagascar, but also 2 weeks ago, I think, Angola came up, and a few other countries are really motivated and working now to establish their first biosphere reserves or to continue. It is also relevant, this support for transboundary biosphere reserves, and UNESCO and the Secretariat is supporting directly from Paris, but also at regional level, the establishment of a very ambitious transboundary biosphere reserve and very initiative, because it's a marine-based transboundary biosphere reserve that involves Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Panama, that are working very hard to establish a transboundary marine biosphere reserve. With the support of Spain, thank you Spain too for all this support, with the full engagement of these member states. We know how difficult it is to make one to work, and together when we have in this case 1, 2, 3, 4 countries, and the marine dimension, it is quite complex, so it's a very ambitious but very passionate initiative that we are supporting, and we want to see it very soon. I think we are moving very fast about this. This is direct support to member states, but of course we do it also through the networks, but here we don't have much to do. We support, we facilitate, because this is really when you, the council members, the biosphere reserve managers, the Category 2 centers, the UNESCO chair are working, and the scientists around and communities. So our life, the UNESCO MAB program lives through regional and thematic networks, and we are really alive on this. 6 face-to-face meetings of regional networks, several workshops and webinars were organized during the last year, since the last council meeting. So we can go around the world, around the regions, and we can see a very active, a lot of activity like we saw recently in Germany with the EuroMAB. It was an amazing gathering, not only because of the commitment and the capacity, but especially because I saw a lot of young people and innovative ideas and new approaches that are also key for what can be the next days and upcoming years of the MAB Commission, of the MAB program. But I also had the chance to attend the Ibero-MAB meeting again, youth cooperation. I saw 3 vice presidents of countries talking there about UNESCO biosphere reserves. This shows how good the work is at national level and how the biosphere reserves managers and communities are promoting and communicating the interests. It's not just about scientists studying animals and plants. It's not just about a local relevant interest or a label that we use in our jacket. It's really something that relates to nature, but also to human life. And this is where the MAP program is really working. And it's basically you. We are just facilitating and attending and supporting as we can. The thematic networks, it's even to me more interesting because we know how hard it is to establish a network and to make it work. It's expensive, it takes money, we need support, all that. And then within the regional networks, there is capacity to identify specific topics that can be so different, such as island and coastal biosphere reserves, or mountain biosphere reserves, or Mediterranean biosphere reserves, a thematic network that we endorsed last year, or those networks that are motivated by cultural linkages or language, like the new CPLP MAB network that brings together Portuguese-speaking countries and biosphere reserves. And then the AfriMAB and the Cave MAB. So there are a lot of topics. Of course, from the institutional and operational point of view, this is like life. Sometimes they have momentum, sometimes they go down, but this is how it works. So it should be real and it should be authentic based on the capacity, on the interest, and that's what is interesting within the MAP program, that sometimes and from time to time we can generate a new initiative based on a common interest that is interesting at a certain moment or context, political, or to solve an issue, but this brings together different actors and different communities that are not only the biosphere reserves managers. This is attracting other partners at local and national level, and they are in themselves good communication tools. Then, of course, we have other UNESCO entities like the Category 2 centers. I bring here the GROW, that is from Iceland, that is promoting and sponsoring training and capacitation for young managers in Africa that are attending trainings and capacity on land restoration in Iceland. 6 months postgraduate training was sponsored for biosphere reserve managers from Nigeria, Malawi already. We have a new Category 2 center that is the Global Research and Training Center for Internationally Designated Areas, that is in Korea. The agreement was signed in February, but although this is new, there is a lot of work already done. So basically, this is a center that aims to bring together all those multi-international designated areas. So we have sites that are biosphere reserves, Ramsar sites, geoparks, and World Heritage, and other international designations. And the idea is how can we enhance and improve and understand and better manage these sites. We have good examples like from Italy. Cilento has 4 UNESCO designations: World Heritage, tangible and intangible, geopark and biosphere reserve. And this multi-designated site was able to do just one integrated management plan. So this is innovative, this is different, this is something that should be one of the examples that the new Global Research and Training Center for Internationally Designated Areas can surely explore and work together. This was signed in February, and we hope that even this year, maybe, we will have news about the launching of this Category 2 center. But we have one more coming from Germany. So last week or 2 weeks ago, in June already, so it was last month, our DG signed, together with German representatives, the new Category 2 center that entered now working. It's Eberswald University for Sustainable Development, and this is something also that can and should be explored, because we are talking about high degree capacitation and even qualification of students, scientists, and managers, and this can be interesting to see how can we use the existing tools such as Erasmus, for scientists, for students, for managers, and this is already a highly qualified center for bringing together science and management and using biosphere reserves so as a model. So this is also a way of transferring knowledge. But there's more. The Category 2 centers. Now Kazakhstan is promoting a new Category 2 centers. It's the Institute of Zoology, and the idea is to be submitted for approval in March. It was in March 2025, sorry, the date is long. So this is again a demonstration that Category 2 centers and UNESCO chairs, that I don't have much information about UNESCO chairs, but they are there. They are twinning. We have twinnings now between Japan, Portugal, Germany, Latin America, Brazil, Belém, of UNESCO chairs that are trying to make the first UNESCO twin on UNESCO chairs working with and on biosphere reserves. So this will be also something interesting to listen in the upcoming days. The future, so a report, normally reports about what we did, and why this slide is here, because we did something about the future too during the last year, and when we speak about the future, it's basically about youth. And the Council approved the creation and the functioning of an open-ended group on youth involvement in the MAB program. Well, this group has worked very hard. Congratulations and thank you for those that contributed. We had more than 128 participants from 26 countries that contributed to this open-ended group. It's a real demonstration for us, for all of us, of the interest and the value of bringing youth and giving conditions for youth to be in and not just at. So if we are able to give them the chance and the capacity to take in their hands things, they will show the way to the future. So this open-ended group finished the work, and we will be during the Council reading and approving and learning what are the recommendations that youth is bringing to the MAP program. And this is my point of view, is maybe one of the most relevant topics. But not only the open-ended group, so regional and national youth forums are being promoted. This is reflecting very much the decisions and recommendations of the Council. So at national level, international level, regional level, there are a lot of activities, and global level. So the first regional forum in China happened, but also the youth forum during the Euro MAB that was very creative. I think we will listen about it later during this meeting, or the third Ibero MAB Youth Forum that will happen this year in Brazil, that brings together youngsters from all Latin American, Caribbean countries. We have the awards. We have among us this great winner of the Michel Baptiste Award. I think you saw this face already during these last 2 days. And we have the next edition of the Michel Baptiste in 25, so it will coincide with the World Congress and the next MAB ICC. So let's motivate more people, more institutions, more countries to apply to this country, to this prize. And we also have the traditional awards, MAB Young Scientists. We had 13 laureates last year, and we have 33 applicants from 22 countries in 2024. So the new MAB Bureau will be quite busy in the evening, screening and bringing a proposal of winners. And this is also attracting other supports. We have the support from the Monaco that added to the existing MAB awards 5 more prizes for a prize that allows other candidates to join additional young scientists working on marine, island, and coastal issues. And this is also a link between the MAB program with the decade of the ocean. I think you heard about the International Decade of Science for Sustainable Development. During this week, we will have moments to talk about this, and the MAB program is a scientific program in its essence, and since the beginning up to now. So we will be also, and UNESCO is leading, so it's our ADG here, of natural science sector. So it's UNESCO and our sector leading and responsible for steering this decade, so that it will be launched officially later this year. So this is also an opportunity for the MAB program to engage, to involve, and to promote the relevance of science and knowledge towards the global challenge that we saw this year. I think this is where we need to be moving from this council on, because in fact we have, well, sorry, I still have another prize that is highly relevant, and it's coming very soon. It's one of the biggest and more prestigious prizes that we have in UNESCO, and in particular related to environmental conservation. It's the Sultan Qaboos Prize that is promoted and sponsored by the Sultanate of Oman. And normally the prize is given during the World Science Forum. So again, another connection between the MAB program and the science and its scientific dimension. So in November 24, we will have the new winners that will be someone, an institution that is working very hard and being innovative and successful on environmental conservation. And this is where we are now. So this is where we are now. Every 10 years, more or less, 12, 13, 9, we have a moment to discuss, to think again, to plan, to generate new ideas, to assume new and even more engaged compromises. And this is what we will have for the next year, and we will be quite busy in making all these ideas and others that are not here to be brought into a roadmap that we all need to do together. Not only those that are in this room or working on a daily basis within the MAB program, but we need to bring on board everybody that is also out, or even those that never heard about the MAB program, because there's much more outside than inside. We are already a lot, 300 million people, but it's not enough. So, and even if we are doing well, they don't know. So we need to, and maybe we are not doing so well. So we need to listen from others to learn, and this is what the Secretariat is here to do. So you are our shareholders and our clients, and this is the moment also to thank your support from all of you, member states, individuals, because we are a family, and sponsors, donors, whatever, and we will be here and we count on you. We are not so many, but with you, we can achieve a critical mass to make this program one of the most interesting, one of the most, let's say, sexy programs that UNESCO can have. Thank you very much, and this is the summary report. You have a document. We will have time at any moment, if you have questions during now and the next points, to further explore, clarify, and demonstrate whatever you may want. Thank you very much for your patience, your tolerance for this presentation. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Antonio. Maintenant, nous allons prendre une pause déjeuner. Pour combien de temps, Antonio? 1 heure? Autre chose. D'accord. On va pas manger.
We skipped the very well. We will have a break for lunch now, but there is something here missing that maybe during lunchtime the new bureau members can discuss a little bit, because we need a rapporteur in the bureau, and we didn't choose it yet. So my suggestion is that the new bureau could have a joint lunch and bring us an indication of who is the rapporteur to sit close to us during the next, the rest of the council. So we will break now for lunch, and we will be back at 3 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
S'il vous plaît, من فضلكم. Si vous permettez, on va reprendre les travaux de notre session avec le prochain point à l'ordre du jour. Très bien. Anthony.
Good afternoon. As you notice, we have someone else here at the table. So this means that the Bureau have chosen Slovakia as a rapporteur. Thank you very much. We are making progress. So now we are moving to the point number 7 in the agenda. And this is to present a summary report on UNESCO's contribution to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework within the CBD Convention. So then, following the presentation, the Council is invited to consider, to reflect on activities to be initiated and support that may be needed to France.
Merci beaucoup. Nous étions arrêtés avant le repas au point 6 et vous nous aviez proposé tout à l'heure d'éventuellement vous poser des questions ou avoir des remarques sur votre rapport. Donc je voudrais savoir si nous reprenons à partir du point 6 sur cette base-là ou si nous passons tout de suite au point 7.
Parfait. On peut continuer le point 6. Alors, on va ouvrir les inscriptions pour les pays. Je vous rappelle qu'on a 5 minutes pour les membres du Conseil, 3 minutes pour les observateurs. On a... OK. On commence par là. On commence par Azerbaïdjan.
Mr. Chair, sorry for interrupting, but I believe the Bangladesh has asked for the floor before us, so we'd be happy to take the floor after Bangladesh.
Monsieur Ambassador, c'est ce que we couldn't see you from here. There was someone in front of you. Okay.
No, that's absolutely fine. I mean, this is more of our observations contained in the national statement. So, first of all, thank you, Madam Chair. Please accept our heartiest felicitations on your most well-deserved election and also those members of your Bureau. We are most grateful to the Kingdom of Morocco and its people for the warm hospitality extended to us and the immaculate arrangements of this meeting at this exquisite venue. Our special thanks to His Excellency Mr. Samir Adhare, Morocco's distinguished ambassador and permanent delegate to UNESCO, and his team for their continuous support. On a different note, we express our heartfelt condolences at the passing of Her Highness Princess Lala Latifa. Madam Chair, distinguished members of the Council, Excellency, ambassadors, friends and colleagues, Bangladesh expresses its deepest gratitude to all the member states for their overwhelming support in electing us for the very first time to the Council. We consider this not only as an opportunity, but also a solemn responsibility to advance our shared goal of safeguarding our natural and managed environmental ecosystems. We appreciate the Secretariat's hard work in preparing the working documents for this session. However, we stress on timely circulation of documents as stipulated in paragraph 14 of the Rules of Procedure. We have taken note of the extensive work done by the Secretariat in the last 1 year, but the delayed sharing of documents limits our scope of better appreciating the activities under MAB. Madam Chair, safeguarding of biodiversity is enshrined in the Article 23 of our national constitution. Bangladesh, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, has declared 37 new protected areas in the last 15 years. That includes 8 national parks, 20 wildlife sanctuaries, 4 eco parks, 2 special biodiversity areas, 1 botanical garden, and 2 marine protected areas. Altogether, we now have 53 protected areas covering a total of 8.17 million hectares of terrestrial and marine areas, whereby the terrestrial coverage is 3.18% of our geographic area. We have also enacted the Wildlife Protection and Safety Act in 2012, followed by the implementation of national biodiversity strategies and action plan for the term 2016-2021. We have further committed to Biodiversity Convention as a member of the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety. All these are testimony of Bangladesh's readiness to protect her natural and managed ecosystem to create a scientific and legislative bridge between the people and their environments. Madam Chair, Bangladesh does not yet have any of her 53 protected areas included in the World Network of Biosphere Reserves. It is not because of the lack of willingness, rather a matter of capacity constraint. To that end, we appreciate the efforts of UNESCO Regional Office in New Delhi for initiating consultations with Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan. Our Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change stands ready to cooperate with UNESCO to prepare dossiers for selected protected areas to be included in the World Network through expert assistance and internal capacity development. Mangress is one of the projects from which we can start benefiting immediately, as we are hosts to the world's largest mangrove forest, the Sundarbans, which is also a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Madam Chair, your predecessor detailed the impacts of climate change in his opening remarks. With the increasing number of erratic climatic patterns and lack of convergence on combating climate change, UNESCO's MAP program has become ever more relevant. Its network covers 7.4 million square kilometers of area through 748 sites in 134 countries, connecting the life and livelihood of over 275 million people. It is high time to organize the World Congress of Biosphere Reserve, which is judiciously planned for 2025. We appreciate prioritizing Africa, SIDS, and gender equality. However, we must also focus on the climate vulnerable countries, as the DG alluded in her statement. We also support the establishment of open-ended working groups on youth involvement and creating thematic networks. In this regard, we feel that the ingenuity and energy of the youth need to be captured in a meaningful way. We need more stakeholders' engagement and better dissemination to organize a successful Congress. To that end, we suggest the Secretariat centrally celebrate the International Day for Biosphere Reserve in this year, bringing all stakeholders together. We particularly thank the member states who have significantly contributed to the program by providing scholarships, trainings, developing institutes, sponsoring awards and prizes. These are indeed critical tools for ensuring capacity building, better engagement, and intergenerational knowledge transfer. We view that Council should be aware of the financials of the program so that it can provide strategic directions and assist in fundraising. Madam Chair, we congratulate in advance the member states whose biosphere reserves are to be approved later in this session. We also thank the International Advisory Committee for their scientific and technical assessment. However, it appears that the Council will have to take decision based on the descriptions prepared by the Secretariat. We, as the elected representatives of the member states, feel that the members of the Council must have access to all information and documentation while ensuring the observance of the rules and procedures, and therefore support the initiative on open access. I thank you all.
Thank you. We can continue with Azerbaijan.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to congratulate Madam Chairperson for her election, as well as the all Bureau members. Congratulations to all. And we would like to extend our deepest condolences to the government and people of Morocco on the passing away of Her Highness, and please extend our deepest condolences. Also, we would like to thank the government and the people of Morocco for warm and friendly hospitality and for all the support given to all of us, to all the delegations, and particularly the permanent delegation of Morocco to UNESCO. As well as we would like to thank all member states for supporting Azerbaijan's candidacy and election to MAB ICC. And I would like to thank the Secretariat for their hard work, and especially Dr. Sousa Abru Antonio for a long and a comprehensive presentation which was given to all of us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, excellencies, first of all, it is important to highlight that we have achieved, and looking back at our previous sessions and looking forward to our upcoming sessions, we have to draw lessons, and of course we have to move forward to have the room for the improvement. While we have made progress, there are still key areas that need our attention to make the MAB program even more visible. The session, they highlighted the report also highlighted the importance of involving the young people through the Young Scientist Awards. This initiative, while commendable, needs to be more effective and more forward-looking than symbolic. Azerbaijan believes that the MAP program should continue its focus on creating more structured mentorship programs, secure regular funding opportunities, and involve the young scientists in significant projects with biosphere reserves. This will help us tap into the potential of our youth and encourage their contributions to biodiversity, conservation, and sustainable development. Celebrating the International Day of Biosphere Reserves was a good step to raise awareness. However, we also need to develop clear plans with specific steps and metrics to ensure these initiatives lead to measurable environmental benefits. We must strengthen the partnerships at all levels, from local communities to international organizations. Collaborative efforts are essential to address the multifaceted challenges of sustainable development and biodiversity conservation. Investment in research and innovation is also crucial. We need to harness the potential of the new technologies and scientific advancements to monitor and manage our biosphere reserves more effectively. This includes expanding our data collection capabilities and using artificial intelligence to analyze the environmental trends. Sustainable development cannot be achieved without improving the livelihoods of our people living in and around the biosphere reserves. We must focus on creating economic opportunities that are environmentally sustainable and socially inclusive. This includes supporting the ecotourism, sustainable agricultural, and renewable energy initiatives. Raising awareness about the importance of biosphere reserves and the MAP program is essential. We need to engage with a broader audience, including the private sectors, for example, media and civil society, to build a strong coalition of sustainable development. Biosphere reserves offer a unique opportunity to implement solutions such as ecosystem restoration, sustainable land management, and conservation agriculture. These approaches can deliver significant climate benefits while also preserving biodiversity and enhancing ecosystem services. And in conclusion, it is essential to build on the insights gained from our session to enhance the MAP program's impact. By addressing these critical issues with rigorous planning, implementation, and accountability, we can ensure that our initiatives have lasting, meaningful impacts on biodiversity conservation and sustainable development. In addition, by integrating the points related to COP29 also that Azerbaijan is going to host this year, we can strengthen our collective climate action and promote sustainable development. Azerbaijan remains committed to working collaboratively with all member states to achieve these goals and strengthen the MAP's role in addressing global environmental challenges. Thank you for your attention and look forward to our productive discussions and collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to the next member state, Germany.
Thank you very much. First of all, congratulations to the new borough and to the new Madam Chair. So my intervention is also on top 6 report of the Secretariat of the MAB program. Germany thanks the MAB Secretariat for its report and the efforts to implement and improve the MAB program. We value the high number of new projects initiated. However, we would like to raise the question to which extent these new projects depend on staff time in the Secretariat and whether new staff is financed through these activities. Regarding the youth activities, you already mentioned in your overall report the EuroMAP Youth Conference. And regarding the youth activities, in para 2.11, Germany wishes to highlight that in September 2023, the 3rd German-speaking youth forum took place in the biosphere reserved Pfälzerwald Vosges du Nord, which was missing in your report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next is France.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire. Nous remercions le secrétaire du programme pour son rapport très complet et détaillé et nous reconnaissons le travail effectué par son équipe dans des contextes parfois difficiles et des moyens toujours trop restreints. À propos de l'atelier organisé par IberoMAB en Amérique latine sur les réserves de biosphère transfrontières, et comme nous l'avions exprimé il y a 2 ans, nous aimerions savoir s'il a bien été considéré la nécessité de garder le caractère global et commun à tout le réseau mondial des réserves de biosphère, des recommandations de Pampelune et d'éviter que chaque région ne se dote de directives ou procédures spécifiques en matière de réserves de biosphère transfrontières. Est-il possible d'ailleurs d'avoir accès aux conclusions de cet atelier? Nous serions très intéressés puisque nous sommes concernés par plusieurs réserves de biosphère transfrontières. Par ailleurs, nous sommes surpris de la lenteur de la mise en œuvre de certaines décisions du dernier CIC, par exemple en matière de désignation d'un groupe d'experts pour la base de données que nous aborderons au point 9, ainsi que pour la mise à jour des directives techniques sur les réseaux thématiques qui n'a toujours pas été faite malgré notre rappel. Nous reviendrons sur cet aspect au point 16. Nous notons donc que certaines décisions prises par le dernier CIC n'ont pas été mises en œuvre par le secrétariat sans que nous en comprenions les raisons. Il nous semblerait donc utile que le rapport du secrétaire soit désormais accompagné à chaque CIC d'une sorte de tableau de bord de la mise en œuvre des décisions du CIC précédent, identifiant les opportunités, les difficultés, les éventuelles contraintes de leur réalisation qui permettent au CIC de prendre les meilleures décisions en connaissance de cause. Ce tableau de bord compléterait avantageusement, à notre avis, la proposition qui a été faite ce matin par les représentants des îles Cook en matière de présentation d'un budget sommaire, synthétique, qui nous permettrait à tous de prendre des décisions. Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire.
Merci beaucoup. Denmark.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving Denmark the floor. And thank you for Morocco for hosting us at this beautiful venue. So since this is the first time Denmark is taking the floor, allow me also to congratulate you, Madam Chairperson. You can count on Denmark's support. And also thank you, Secretariat of MAP Program, for a very comprehensive report and for a very interesting presentation this morning. I have the honor of reading a statement on behalf of the following countries: Australia, Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Canada, Cook Islands, Costa Rica, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Dominican Republic, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Iceland, Ireland, Italy, Japan, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Moldova, Monaco, Montenegro, Netherlands, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Spain, Sweden, Ukraine, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the United States. So please allow me, thank you. Russia's unprovoked, unjustifiable, and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine has had devastating environmental impacts, including on its rich biodiversity, protected wildlife, and natural habitats. The Ukrainian biosphere reserves have been severely impacted by Russia's aggression. Two of them, Chernomorsky and Askania Nova, are still under Russia's occupation. The destruction of the Kakhovka Dam by Russia on 6 June 2023 was another devastating consequence of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The Kakhovka Dam breach caused a catastrophic flood directly impacting 620 square kilometers of land, including many protected areas of national and international importance. Thousands of ecosystems have been destroyed or directly impacted. UNESCO's experts participated in the post-disaster needs assessment of the 2023 Kakhovka Dam disaster, which covers damages, losses, and needs beyond the short term, launched by the United Nations in partnership with the government of Ukraine. The final report depicts an alarming situation, particularly for the environment and Ukrainian protected areas, including a UNESCO biosphere reserve, the Chernomorsky Biosphere Reserve, home to an abundance of fauna and flora, has been severely impacted by the floods. Addressing the severe impact of the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam requires comprehensive assessment and monitoring by a broad range of stakeholders, including scientific researchers. Hence, we welcome UNESCO's project aimed at supporting the MAP program in Ukraine through scientific monitoring and data collection on changes in biodiversity and ecosystems in UNESCO biosphere reserves. Scientific researchers play a key role in documenting and analyzing the impacts of damage inflicted on the environment. However, a recent UNESCO analysis of war damage to the Ukrainian science sector points out how the conditions for conducting scientific work in Ukraine have significantly deteriorated since Russia's invasion. By January 2024, 12% of Ukrainian scientists and university teachers have been forced to immigrate or relocate internally. Information on the environmental impacts in Ukraine stemming from Russia's aggression have been gathered from a range of sources, including media and civil society group reports. To that end, we welcome UNESCO's important initiative to support environmental journalism in Ukraine, reporting on the impact of war on UNESCO biosphere reserves. This intersectoral project aims to generate insights and awareness of how the war impacts on the flora, fauna, as well as individuals and communities living and working in these protected areas. We understand that the biosphere reserves affected by the ongoing war of aggression shall remain in the World Network of Biosphere Reserves. To this end, we ask the Secretariat to update us of any plans for assistance to support Ukraine in relation to the periodic review exercise. We again urge Russia to end its war of aggression against Ukraine, which has devastating consequences not only for UNESCO biosphere reserves. We call on Russia to carry out its international commitments undertaken within the framework of the MAP program and international environmental law. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Denmark. Now we go to Costa Rica, I think, because we can see from here. Yeah.
Muchas gracias. Señora Presidenta, Costa Rica desea felicitarla por su elección como presidenta de este Consejo Internacional de Coordinación y le augura los mayores éxitos en el ejercicio de sus funciones. Cuente con nosotros en la generación del diálogo constructivo que nos permita tomar las decisiones que el programa MAP requiere. Para nuestro país es motivo de gran satisfacción incorporarse a este Consejo en su 36ª reunión, convencidos como estamos de la importancia del programa MAP para fortalecer la vinculación positiva entre la conservación del medio ambiente y la generación de desarrollo sostenible. Agradecemos a la Secretaría por el informe presentado y por el trabajo realizado durante este periodo, de lo cual quisiéramos subrayar dos elementos particulares. Primeramente, quisiéramos señalar que el 90% del territorio costarricense es marino y por ello Costa Rica se ha abocado en años recientes a impulsar acciones para la conservación, rehabilitación y aprovechamiento sostenible del océano. Como ustedes conocen, Costa Rica y Francia son los coorganizadores de la tercera conferencia de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Océano que tendrá lugar en Niza en 2025. En la ruta hacia esta importante cita, nuestro país hospedó hace algunas semanas un evento de alto nivel denominado Immersion Change, el cual sirvió como plataforma para que países, la academia, la ciencia, la sociedad civil y el sector privado compartieran buenas prácticas y lecciones aprendidas para la acción oceánica. Para nosotros fue de suma importancia haber contado con la participación de la UNESCO en este foro, particularmente en el desarrollo de un evento paralelo acerca de restauración y conservación de reservas de biosfera marinas. Agradecemos a la Secretaría y a la Oficina de la UNESCO en San José por este aporte clave. En segundo lugar, y como ya fue referido por el secretario Abreu, no podemos dejar de mencionar el acuerdo suscrito por Costa Rica, Panamá, Colombia y el Ecuador en el marco de la COP27 que tuvo lugar en Glasgow en noviembre de 2021, que propone un reforzamiento de la conservación y manejo de los ecosistemas comprendidos en el corredor marino del Pacífico Oeste tropical. El apoyo de la UNESCO ha sido clave en esta tarea y deseamos aprovechar esta oportunidad para así reconocerlo. Confiamos en que los trabajos en esta materia seguirán avanzando. Señora Presidenta, a lo largo de esta semana tendremos la oportunidad de compartir nuestras experiencias, nuestra visión y tomar decisiones que impactarán el futuro del programa MAB. Por ello, hacemos votos para que nuestras sesiones de trabajo se desarrollen bajo un ambiente de colaboración y mutuo aprendizaje, de forma que podamos concluir esta 36ª sesión del Consejo con un programa MAB fortalecido y preparado para los retos por venir. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Costa Rica. We move now to Japan.
Japan would like to express our sincere congratulations to Madam new ICC Chair with our high expectation to her strong leadership and also express our deep appreciation for the wide-range efforts of the MAB Secretariat to advance the MAB program. Respective initiatives will be discussed in subsequent agenda items during this ICC session. So we would like to highlight the importance of collaboration with other UNESCO programs in particular. In the report from Secretariat, the collaboration between MAB and IHP and between MAB and ESD are reported. Such integrated approach enhances overall effectiveness of not only the MAB program, but also other UNESCO programs, and therefore these initiatives should be strengthened further. The Japanese National Commission for UNESCO has formulated recommendations that include strengthening collaboration between various UNESCO programs, entities, and generations. In addition, Japan has been supporting the reported UNESCO Jakarta's capacity building project, Water Resilience Challenge, which provides opportunities for youth in Southeast Asia to work on problem solving in collaboration with IHB at UNESCO designated sites, including biosphere reserves, through the Japanese Funding Trust. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Japan. Next is Italy.
Thank you. Let me first congratulate the government of Morocco for hosting such a relevant event, International Co-ordinating Council of the Man and the Biosphere Program. About this point, the Italian Minister of Environment has approved the new 2030 National Biodiversity Strategy on the basis of the principles of the European Union strategy, with a new and consolidated commitment to the protection and the restoration of biodiversity and ecosystems. With the new strategy, Italy is preparing to make a serious contribution to achieve the objectives of the 2030 European Biodiversity Strategy, including that of protecting at least 30% of the Earth's surface and 30% of the sea, and creating a coherent network of well-managed protected areas objectives. Furthermore, the Italian Ministry of Environment is working on preparing a program for the implementation of the strategy objectives for single actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Italy. Cook Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Kia orana to all. Je voudrais saluer de nouveau la présidente élue et remercier le Royaume du Maroc pour son accueil très chaleureux. Je me joins aussi à mes collègues, malheureusement, pour exprimer mes sincères condoléances à la famille royale. Je remercie également les États membres pour avoir élu les îles Cook au sein de ce comité, c'est la première fois, et nous nous engageons à participer et à contribuer le mieux possible aux discussions. Je voudrais aussi remercier le secrétariat pour son rapport et la présentation de ce matin qui était très vivante et instructive. Je vous souhaite soulever 3 points à ce stade. Comme vous le savez, l'UNESCO compte actuellement 748 réserves de biosphère, mais pour les petits États insulaires, ce chiffre n'est que de 14, incluant les 6 biosphères de Cuba. Dans le Pacifique, nous en avons seulement 3 et elles sont assez anciennes. J'ai entendu le secrétaire exécutif poser la question « Que ferons-nous pour les États qui ne font pas encore partie de notre belle famille ?» C'est une question cruciale pour nous, car le programme MAB est d'une importance extrême pour nos communautés. Il touche à l'essence même de notre vie quotidienne, notamment en ce qui concerne les îles et les côtes, et il est étroitement lié au savoir traditionnel. Je voudrais connaître donc quelle stratégie le secrétariat voudrait proposer pour s'assurer de la candidature des petits États insulaires qui sont aussi un groupe prioritaire à l'UNESCO. Nous serons ravis de participer à tous travaux et réflexions sur le sujet. Le deuxième point concerne le rôle des jeunes au sein du programme. Nous considérons cette initiative comme très importante et bien organisée. Elle mérite l'appui du comité et a de toute façon le bénéfice du soutien des îles Cook. Enfin, je remercie le secrétariat pour avoir répondu à mon appel de fournir plus d'informations financières afin d'assurer un avenir solide et durable au programme MAB qui le mérite. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I think we have again also Korea.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to commend the outgoing chair, Professor Adepoju Adeshola, for his wonderful job for the last 4 years. And I would like to congratulate Morocco for becoming the new ICC chair. As a Bureau member, the Republic of Korea will work hard for better conservation of biodiversity and nature and its sustainable use. We appreciate the UNESCO Secretariat's enthusiasm and commitment in the implementation of the MAP program and are particularly pleased that biosphere reserves are contributing significantly to the CBD target on land under conservation status. As an advocate of the MAP program, the Republic of Korea supports UNESCO's efforts to duly reflect biosphere reserves' role in the CBD's Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. As was mentioned by the Secretary, an agreement has been signed between the Republic of Korea and UNESCO for a new Category 2 center, the Global Research and Training Center for Internationally Designated Areas, in short, GCIDA. And this center will be established within this year. We would like to thank Madame ADG for undertaking to represent UNESCO as a member of its governing body. Through this new center, we will cooperate closely with the Secretariat to improve management of various types of UNESCO designated areas such as biosphere reserves, World Heritage Sites, and UNESCO Global Geoparks, and will pay particular attention to multi-designated areas. Finally, we are pleased that many new extra budgetary projects and activities are being started and implemented now. We also take note that partnership projects with private sector entities are ongoing. We thank all the member states and private companies who provide funds for such activities. We hope that these activities will benefit all local communities in biosphere reserves and contribute to capacity building of their stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another Council member state, Egypt.
Thank you.
We are following the rules, just for information. We are giving the floor to member states that are represented in the Council, and then we will open the floor to observer members, okay? So any other member state that wants to intervene, please raise the hand or make a sign. We took note already of one request, a second one there. So let's finish first with the Council members. Egypt.
Thank you, Dr. Antonio. Actually, Egypt wants to congratulate Dr. Latifa, elected as the chair lady of MAB ICC. My congratulations also go to all the Bureau member. Egypt would like to express gratitude to Dr. Adshula for his wonderful conduct and elegant style in leading the MAB Council over the past 4 years. His distinctive way of handling MAB issues and enthusiasm were highly appreciated. I am sure that such enthusiasm will be maintained and further expanded in the coming years under the presidency of Morocco. Sincere thanks are also extended to Dr. Antonio and MAB Secretariat for the huge and impressive work done during the year 2023 and 2024. The informative report he just presented at the morning session reflected the huge work done, many initiatives raised, many workshops implemented, and the multinational projects were implemented too. My statement for the new Bureau, I need to urge them to find extra budget for supporting a greater number of Young Scientist Research Awards. Really, this is a good work that urge the scientists, especially the youth scientists, to know more about the program and serve as added value for researchers in this respect. At the end of my intervention, I would like to present my condolences to MAB family for the loss of Dr. Idris El-Fassi. He was actually a distinguished scientist, wonderful human being. Dr. Idris not only shared his vast knowledge, but also inspired us with his commitment to combat desertification, which he considered to be the real threat to people and biodiversity in our Arab region, and of course, other arid and semi-arid regions of the world. He was really a man of respect and the qualities that endeared him to everyone he met. However, I'm quite sure that our Moroccan chair lady, inspired by his legacy, will continue his vital work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other council member willing to intervene? If not, we will open the floor now to observer members, and we have two requests. Russian Federation.
Thank you, thank you very much, dear Secretary, Madam Chairperson, dear colleagues. First of all, let me congratulate Morocco with the presidency and newly elected Vice Chair. I wish everybody a fruitful work. I would like to thank the Kingdom of Morocco and the Secretariat for organizing and hosting this large-scale event at a very high level. I wouldn't really want our intensive scientific agenda to be politicized, but I need to answer to the allegations made by some countries. We strongly urge not to use the MAB program for political discussions. I am confident that most of delegates came to this beautiful city not to witness the show, but to resolve professional issues. There is no need to say that we reject unjustified and groundless accusations regarding the destruction of Kakhovka HPP. I would like to remind that this terrible act was performed by the Kiev authorities. We deplore that this crime led to a large-scale environmental disaster, causing enormous damage to the regional ecosystem. We are ready to discuss ecological problems in Ukraine. We have exhaustive statistical data of environmental and ecological crimes committed by Ukrainian forces in Donbass from 2014. Those who are worried out about Desnyansky and Askania Nova biosphere reserves, please read the interview of Mr. Gavrilenko, former director of Askania Nova, where he expressed his deep concerns as the Ukrainian armed forces, violating the national ecological legislations, have been using the territory of Askania Nova for military purposes for many years. I have this interview with the photo proofs, and I am ready to share with all delegates. And one very short question: why the distinguished representatives of some countries didn't raise this issue before? I would like to emphasize that the people of Kherson region, where Askania Nova is situated, decided to join Russia, and since then, our responsible authorities take every effort to restore Askania Nova, in accordance with the statutes and the World Network and Lima Plan. And at the end of my intervention, I would like to reiterate that we are open to the dialogue and cooperation with all member states for the benefit of all biosphere reserves. I would like to call on all delegations not to use this platform for discussing political issues and to concentrate on the substantive matters which we have to discuss in this session. I kindly ask to put my statement in the final report. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Russia Federation. We have Greece.
Thank you very much, and thank you and congratulations, Madam Chair. I wish you and Morocco a very successful presidency, and we are all indebted for the excellent preparation, hosting of this event. It is my first participation in the ICC, and I wanted to express my gratitude and congratulate the Secretariat for the excellent report. I would like to add that Greece is following closely the work of MAB and also the nomination of biosphere reserves. A new one is ready to be submitted. And I wanted to add in my dual capacity as chairman of the Greek MAP committee, but also as a UNESCO chair of sustainable development management and education in the Mediterranean. We feel that ESD, education for sustainable development, is a prerequisite for all kind of management towards sustainable development. And I would very much welcome to see ESD linked and mentioned together with, as we have done with for the ocean literacy, also for the soil literacy. By the way, Greece, with the support of the UNESCO Regional Office for Science and Culture based in Venice. For more than 10 years, we organize every summer and also after that with online in a hybrid way, workshops for young people in promoting ESD, but also management of biosphere reserves. And I think this is a tradition that we wish to continue and also further strengthen. Finally, I would like to say that we would like to support definitely Morocco and the new Council within the activities we promote with the support of the European Union. For the last 10 years, we have trained more than 250 educators of the non-EU Southern Mediterranean countries on issues of ESD. And we plan to continue that as a support to the work of MAB. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have two requests, one from there that, can you please identify yourself?
Madagascar.
Okay. Pakistan? Can you repeat? Madagascar.
Madagascar.
Okay, please.
Tout d'abord, félicitations à la nouvelle présidente du CIC et un remerciement au secrétariat du MAB de nous avoir permis de participer à cet événement. J'aimerais vous partager ici la situation de Madagascar actuellement dans le cadre du programme MAB. En fait, Madagascar possède 5 réserves biosphères qui ont été désignées depuis 1990. Et depuis cette année 2024, nous avons redynamisé ce comité national MAB avec la nomination du nouveau point focal de Madagascar et les membres du comité national MAB. En fait, ce comité est représenté par les différentes instances qui travaillent dans ce domaine, entre autres le ministère en charge de la recherche scientifique, ministère en charge de l'environnement et du développement durable, ministère en charge du tourisme et artisanat, ministère en charge de la pêche et de l'économie bleue, les différents centres nationaux de recherche, les gestionnaires des aires protégées et de réserves de biosphère, une experte du programme MAB et réserve de biosphère et des membres des associations des chercheurs. Récemment, le mois dernier, en début juin, il y avait un atelier de formation des gestionnaires et des sites donné par l'UNESCO à travers le réseau de la Terre avec les experts volontaires qui ont donné des formations aux gestionnaires des aires protégées, aux acteurs des réserves biosphères sur différents thèmes de formation. En fait, cette intervention, cet appui de ces experts ont permis à ces gestionnaires de se manifester pour un dépôt de candidature pour les nouvelles réserves de biosphère. En fait, il y avait 6 nouvelles demandes que nous allons soumettre cette année en septembre 2024. Donc, dès nos retours au pays, nous allons travailler étroitement avec ces gestionnaires pour que les dossiers soient soumis à temps. Donc, pour terminer mon intervention, un grand remerciement à cette équipe Réseau de la Terre pour cet appui. Merci.
Guinée.
Merci beaucoup et merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire. Je voudrais, au nom de la délégation guinéenne, féliciter Madame la Présidente pour sa brillante élection à la tête du CIC MAB, ainsi que tous les membres du bureau. Madame la Présidente, nous ne sommes pas surpris de cet exploit, connaissant le leadership du Maroc sur le continent. Pour nous, le Maroc a été un modèle à suivre dans le cadre de la gestion et la conservation des ressources naturelles, des réserves de biosphère. Je voudrais également exprimer notre soutien à la présidence et saisir cette occasion pour remercier le secrétariat pour tout le travail accompli en dépit des ressources limitées. Et j'invite également les États membres à soutenir le secrétariat et à accroître les ressources mises à la disposition de ce dernier pour mener à bien ses activités. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, on a de Emirates Arab. Madame Asila.
Hi everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Well, United Arab Emirates, as we are Arab MAB Nationality Committee, wants to congratulate the chair, respected lady, Dr. Latifa, and her, and we are wishing her to be supported here also in her the good rule and the new rules, as she is the president of MAB ICCA. And we are thanking Dr. Antonio, MAB secretary, for the long and the big support and his impressive work with us and with all the partners, and especially during the 2023-2024 with us also. And our regards, we appreciate for his all efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have, can you? Maroc, Bulgaria.
Okay, thank you. First, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the newly elected team of the Secretariat and to wish them inspiration and successful work. Bulgaria welcomes the active efforts of the Intergovernmental Council and the Secretariat of the Man and the Biosphere Program over the past period, and congratulate them on their excellent cooperation with member states. The topic of the relationship between humans and the biosphere has gained increasing importance and visibility in recent years, being reflected in numerous national policies. In Bulgaria, a national committee for the MAP program has been operating for decades with the participation of governmental and scientific institutions. Over the past 2 years, we have been pleased to see increased attention from the Bulgarian public on this topic. Last year, 2 young scientists were awarded MAP Young Scientist Awards, reflecting the active involvement of youth in this field. The Central Balkan Biosphere Reserve benefited from the UNESCO Earth Network and had the pleasure to welcome Mr. Peter Chupa, volunteer expert within the Earth Network program. Several missions were conducted in 2023 to strengthen the coordination and governance of the administration managing the area. Mr. Chupa led a series of consultations to create a coordination council for the management of the Central Balkan Biosphere Reserve, and the goal of involving at least one partner from each stakeholder group was reached. There is foreseeable chance of achieving important outputs set in the time frame of the Lima Action Plan. This new approach aims to get together at one platform different type of stakeholders, administrations, businesses, and other institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Bulgaria. We have a request. Morocco first.
Au nom des membres du comité national du MAB, Maroc, je voudrais tout d'abord exprimer mes sincères condoléances à la famille royale en ce moment difficile et douloureux. Et aussi, donc, nous remercions et nous félicitons notre présidente du comité national du MAB pour la confiance, avoir la confiance du Conseil. Nous reconnaissons tous que la mise en œuvre du cadre mondial de biodiversité est très important à l'échelle des territoires ou des zones de réserve de biosphère. Et nous avons un outil actuellement prestigieux pour décliner donc, ce cadre mondial de biodiversité, notamment à travers donc, la stratégie et le plan d'action de Lima. Je pense que c'est une opportunité de valeur qu'il faudrait mettre en œuvre et exploiter, et surtout de préparer un peu donc, ce qu'on pourrait recommander pour la prochaine stratégie et plan d'action à partir de 2025. Mais à mon avis, je pense qu'il y a un certain nombre de dispositions sur lesquelles on doit se focaliser davantage, surtout les aspects réglementaires, parce que d'après donc les contacts que j'ai eus avec pas mal de réserves de biosphère, il me semble que les réserves de biosphère donc, ne sont pas régies par des textes réglementaires au niveau de leur pays. Et c'est pour cela que leur mise en œuvre reste un peu difficile et l'atteinte des objectifs et des outcomes donc de ces plans cadres reste problématique dans la majorité des situations. Donc c'est pour cela que je recommande que donc, le Conseil se concentre ou se focalise davantage sur cette question réglementaire pour mettre en application surtout donc, le cadre mondial de la biodiversité en utilisant les outils dont on dispose, notamment donc, les axes stratégiques du plan d'action et de la stratégie de Lima. Et merci.
Merci beaucoup le Maroc. Il y a deux sollicitations. Monsieur.
Thank you for the opportunity given to Nigeria. Nigeria wish to congratulate the new chair and the bureau members. Nigeria also want to thank all members for the support that was given to the outgone chair. The prayer of Nigeria is that the new chair, we are going to support her more and more. Thank you to Morocco for hosting the 36th MAB Council. The activities of man and biosphere in Nigeria report has already been captured by the speech of the outgone chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have two other requests. One observer member, please. Can you identify yourself?
Thank you very much. This is Ghana, and we would like to thank the outgoing leadership for the work that has brought us together here, and congratulate Professor Latifa and Morocco for successfully taking over the chair of the program. Ghana, as the West Africa Regional Coordinator, also wishes to commensurate with the Kingdom of Morocco on their loss and for the demise of Prof. Driss Fassi, who has been very dear to us. Ghana remains committed to helping achieve all MAP targets and pledges to meet all requirements of the nomination and periodic review process. Ghana would also like to request UNESCO to closely consider yesterday's suggestions on the formation of the thematic network on soil. With these few comments, we like to indicate that our report will be submitted and will be published online. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ghana. We have Zambia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and congratulations on your deserved election to chairmanship of the MAB ICC. Zambia will read a statement from the African group, which comprises Central, Western, Southern, and Eastern Africa. For Central Africa, activities carried out include collaboration with the African Media Network for promotion of health and environment. The MAB Cafe webinar was organized with some 20 journalists who helped to improve the understanding and visibility of the MAB program in the biosphere reserves in Cameroon, with the attention to the JAR biosphere reserve. Also, the Youth Forum for the Forests of Central Africa is another activity that took place in Kinshasa. UNESCO mobilized 5 young people from 5 countries and co-hosted a session on regards, this is in French, Madam Chair, I'm not very good, regards croissant entre la science et la jeunesse. The involvement of young people in the MAB program and biosphere reserves was highlighted with an example from UNESCO project team from the Yangambi Biosphere Reserve, which is a pole of excellence for climate and biodiversity. The forum brought together 150 young people from Central Africa and Europe who are fully committed to protecting forests and preserving the environment. In addition, funding to the tune of $550,000 was mobilized by the UNESCO office in Yaoundé to support the creation of 2 biosphere reserves in Burundi. To this end, some 30 experts were trained in the MAB program and biosphere reserves. Technical assistance was provided to set up the MAB National Committee, and a wide-ranging concentration was held in the field in April 2024 for the construction of the 2 new biosphere reserves. For West Africa, the project for the restoration and monitoring of degraded land in Saloum Delta, Senegal, was funded to the tune of $1 million for the period 2022 to 2024. The project aims to contribute to increasing agricultural production and improving food security through monitoring and restoring degraded land. Activities such as the acquisition of drones for the degraded land identification, community training on soil restoration techniques, and soil quality improvement have been implemented. Also, the project entitled Biodiversity Business in Omo Biosphere Reserve, Oban Biosphere Reserve, and Shere Hills Reserve in Nigeria, a means to poverty reduction, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable development in Nigeria, has been approved for implementation for 3 sites in Nigeria. That is 2 biosphere reserves and 1 protected site. The project will be funded within the framework of the India-UN partnership, as has been already reported by the outgoing MAB chairperson. For Southern Africa, the first Resilient Regional Forum themed co-generation and implementation of climate resilience in biosphere reserves brought together 98 participants from all 18 biosphere reserves, including traditional leaders and the youth MAB network of the region, which also included academic scholars, project funders, and government agencies in 2023. Meanwhile, the Be Silent South African project, which will be completed in 2024, focuses on climate adaptation and the resilience in the 4 biosphere reserves in South Africa, which include Cape Winelands, Kruger to Canyons, Mariko, and the Vembe. Additionally, in 2023, September, a regional MAB workshop was held in Kariba, Middle Zambezi Biosphere Reserve in Zimbabwe. In addition, UNESCO implemented in 2023, several education for sustainable development projects in the region, particularly in Eswatini and Lesotho biosphere reserves, including projects with schools in Matseng biosphere reserve in Lesotho and Lubombo biosphere reserve in Eswatini. For East Africa, the project on biodiversity conservation and sustainable natural resource management for integrated community development in national parks of Madagascar, Biocom, in Marojejy National Park, Andohahela National Park, and Montagne de Francais Nature Reserve of Madagascar. The project aims to conserve advanced research, promote local well-being, restore protected areas, and maintain biodiversity with funding of about $5 million. The second project is advancing knowledge for long-term benefits and climate adaptation through holistic climate services and nature-based solutions. Madam Chair, these are just a sample of the activities which happened in the Africa region, and we will make the full report available in due course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zambia. I will recall that we are on point 6, and there was a point 11 for this type of reports. So I hope that we can then later get some time that we are investing now and to further continue. I have a request from the USA, United States of America. Welcome back.
We are honored to be back, Mr. Secretary, and congratulations to Madam Chair for her election. And I want to express our deep appreciation for our friendship with the Kingdom of Morocco, which extends back over 200 years when the kingdom first recognized the sovereignty of the United States. Thank you for hosting us in your beautiful country. The United States is honored to participate in this session of the ICC. Just 1 year ago this month, the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Jill Biden, joined Director General Audrey Azoulay as a U.S. flag was raised at UNESCO headquarters. Dr. Biden brought with her our deep commitment to global cooperation and peace through our full participation as a member state in UNESCO. As we celebrate that propitious moment, we reaffirm our longtime support for the MAB program, starting as an early partner in 1972. At the 1974 MAB International Co-ordinating Council, the United States nominated 20 areas that, along with other areas from Austria, France, the Philippines, the United Kingdom, and the then Soviet Union, were to become the first designated biosphere reserves. Throughout the years, the commitment of our scientific community, protected areas, and governmental and private partners has remained steadfast to the vision of MAB. Today, the U.S. Biosphere Network includes 28 biosphere reserves, and we are making strides on the Lima Action Plan, and particularly on climate change response, youth engagement and youth professional development, and sustainable tourism. Going forward, the United States is committed to maintaining ICC acceptance of its 28 sites through the periodic review process. 19 biosphere reserves are due to submit periodic reviews for ICC acceptance in 2027, and we greatly appreciate the input and assistance from the International Advisory Committee on Biosphere Reserves over the years and our refinement of periodic reviews. We also appreciate the MAB program's ongoing support for the voluntary and cooperative approach in the U.S. to administering biosphere reserves that empowers public-private collaboration, aligns with the U.S. governmental framework of authorities at state, local, tribal, and federal levels, and gives proper deference to private property rights. On that note, I note the comment from my distinguished colleague from Morocco about regulatory authority, and I would urge that the ICC consider that biosphere reserves, the voluntary and cooperative nature, is something that makes them successful and accepted, and that if any regulatory authority is applied, that it not be applied through the designation as a biosphere reserve, but by the entities within them, such as the governmental authorities that already have regulatory and statutory authority. The United States looks forward to providing significant input to preparations for the World Congress on Biosphere Reserves and contributing to the 2025 Action Plan. And we welcome further cooperation with partners in the MAB program and the World Network of Biosphere Reserves. And we look forward to continuing to apply the Biosphere Reserve model in the United States and worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are 10 minutes, 15 minutes delayed in relation to the coffee break, but maybe if you're, Madam Chair, if you allow, maybe we can try to respond to some of the most important and all questions and remarks, and then we can have a break for coffee and return to the room. Well, thank you for all interventions, all contributions, all comments and kind words related to the work of the Secretariat. A few individual notes will be taken later because we have specific points that were asked that we will have time to better discuss in detail along the next days. In relation to Bangladesh, comments about participation in the mangroves project. If the country is interested in participating in this type of initiatives, we are now currently mobilizing funds and partners related to the mangrove restoration projects, and there are even some workshops being prepared. We are very glad if you could join. And congratulations for all the work that you are doing related to protected areas. Azerbaijan, thank you very much for the notes and the suggestions that will be considered within our daily work. Germany made a very interesting question, very important. In fact, this is like the fish with the mouth in the tail. If we have funds and resources, of course we have more staff, and every time that we have capacity, we are required to involve staff. So if you extract currently fixed term staff from the MAB Secretariat just in Paris, we are 5. So without projects, we will be doing neither the projects, extra budgetary ones, neither having more staff. So we need to find every time a balance, and of course, maybe we need to upscale and find a more efficient way of managing. But in fact, we need extra budgetary project funds to implement projects and initiatives that are requested by member states. And we encourage you to consider these through different ways, not only by financing projects and finding together partners and other sponsors, but also by seconding or through secondments and providing human resources that could increase the capacity within the Secretariat. Some member states are doing this already with excellent results, and we welcome that. So maybe we can bring for the next Council a clear identification of how the human resources are affected and how this is limited or what is the potential. Thank you very much. France, on the transboundary biosphere reserve seminars in the IBERO-MAB, the Secretariat received information that all documents and recommendations are fully available, and that the IBERO-MAB network took into account the Pamplona recommendations for the conception of the workshops. So, but we will, of course, share the information as soon as we have. And I think that everywhere or individually at national level or through the networks. I believe that we are all doing the best, and we need to communicate and exchange, and then we can find complementary and other potential initiatives to further increase cooperation. Cook Island, thank you very much. You made a question that may be very useful not only for you but for other member states. In fact, the process, there are different ways of starting and mobilizing to get a biosphere reserve, but there are a few steps that should be considered, like it is always a national decision, so it must come from the ground. Of course, based on information, knowledge, communication that can help in sensitizing, in raising awareness and interest, and the good idea and clear concept of what is a biosphere reserve, what is utility, because it's not a prize. We know this, but many people maybe may not have it so clear. It's not a prize that we give to a protected area. It's something that we add to that area, plus the surrounding and involving the communities. So communication, it's key for these, but we have, luckily, as I mentioned, for instance, the Heart Network project is supporting new biosphere reserves and capacitation to promote this. In any case, it's always a decision at national level, and we need this type of compromise. So we need a clear indication from the member state that a part of having a capacitation, there is a commitment that will be to lead to establish or at least to submit a biosphere reserve. And this morning we'll listen from our DG that UNESCO is willing to support and to generate, even to mobilize resources to support new biosphere reserves, namely in priority areas such as African seeds. So we are also working on communication and some materials that will be useful maybe for this point. I'm just having a look if we have other points that could get answer from us. Not clear points. Some of them, as I said, will be addressed in specific items of the agenda. For the rest, I think it was clear the commitment and the links that the biosphere reserves and the contribute that biosphere reserves and the MAB program can do at national and international level within the global challenges that we are all living. And this is it, Madam Chair. I don't know if there are any remarks. Otherwise, maybe you can allow us to have a coffee break and be back to the room. Can we agree to come back in 15 minutes maximum? Thank you.
Très bien, mesdames et messieurs, nous reprenons les travaux de notre session.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we continue, I would like to make two announcements. One is regarding side events. We have today a side event right after this session at 6, hosted by Canada, on the toolkit on youth involvement. It will take place immediately after this plenary session in room Opal. This is on the ground floor, so right next to the registration. Tomorrow we have other side events, so 2 side events, one during lunch break from 1:30 to 3:30, in the plenary room Topaz, hosted by China, focusing on science for symbiosis between man and the biosphere. And then we have a second side event hosted by Denmark at 6, from 6 to 7, in the room Opal, the same room that we have the Canada side event. It's telling stories from biosphere reserves. So please, and the critical role of scientists, journalists, and artists, please don't forget these exciting events and join them, as they will be really good contributions for the upcoming work. Finally, in the end, we will recall, but there is a dinner tonight with a very cultural dimension. So if you have with you elements of your own culture and cultural background, please bring it, share it. The departure will be from here. The last bus will leave at 7:30, so be ready to leave right after the side event. Thank you. With your permission, Madam Chair, we will move now to the point number 7 in the agenda. It's about the UNESCO MAB contribution to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And I will give the floor to my colleague, Maximilien.
Thank you, Antonio. So I'm going to introduce the item, which corresponds to document number 5. So as recommended by the MAB Council, the MAB Secretariat continues efforts to ensure visibility of the World Network of Biosphere Reserve in CBD processes in view of the next COP16, which will take place in Colombia in November, and particularly regarding the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and its monitoring framework, which is to be adopted at next COP. So the MAB Secretariat continued to support youth participation to CBD meetings, and it sponsored a joint side event at the last Substa 25 in Nairobi in Kenya, which was organized in collaboration with the Global Youth Biodiversity Network, GIBIN, which is the only youth constituency at the CBD. And so the side event consisted of an intergenerational dialogue on the key role of youth to implement the Global Biodiversity Framework, especially to bring youth's expertise and perspective on how they can achieve national targets at a national level and including through biosphere reserves. The MAB Secretariat also supported through the Earth Network, as was mentioned by the Secretary, a 3-day capacity building workshop in Vembe Biosphere Reserve in South Africa. And so the workshops supported youth capacity building on the Global Biodiversity Framework to contribute an action plan on the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, which has implication for the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework, especially in light of activities in South African biosphere reserves. The MAB Secretary also actively participated to position UNESCO Biosphere Reserve as key sites for the implementation of of the Global Biodiversity Framework during strategic and technical meetings that were organized by other agencies, collaborating agencies, and to strengthen collaboration with the relevant organization as recommended during by the MAB Council at its 34th meeting. So this included the Bern III conference organized by UNEP on biodiversity-related conventions for the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework, and it also included the Biodiversity Indicator Partnership meeting organized by UNEP WCMC in Cambridge in the United Kingdom. The MAB Secretariat also actively participated to position UNESCO as a key agency on the relation between nature and culture. And it participates in the coordination, which is led by UNESCO Links with the Secretariat of the CBD, IUCN, and Indigenous People Networks, also noting the valuable foundation work done by IberoMAB and colleagues of the World Heritage to organize consultations on the joint program of work on the links between biological and cultural diversity. And so at COP16, it is planned that UNESCO will propose a draft roadmap on the joint program of work, which will highlight the pivotal role of UNESCO designated sites, including in relation to other effective area-based conservation measures, OECMs. And UNESCO will also support the design of the Nature Culture Summit during COP16. And finally, the Secretariat is preparing a follow-up publication to the policy brief focusing on the implementation of, on the role of biosphere reserve to implement the Global Biodiversity Framework. And so this is done in support of the UNESCO Chair on Sustainable Heritage and Environmental Management, which is hosted by University of Bergen in Norway. And for this work, global consultation has been circulated to all the MAB focal points, which had several objectives to identify the key person which will contribute to this conversation, but also to identify the challenges and the opportunities in relation to biosphere reserve being key in the implementation and monitoring of the Global Biodiversity Framework, not only for Target 3, the 30 by 30, but also on other targets. And finally, to also gather data and evidence, and also to facilitate this exchange between MAB and CBD focal points. And the results of these surveys are currently being analyzed for this publication. And that's it. And this is the recommendation of the document.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. On ouvre une liste d'inscriptions.
In order to improve the organization and follow up and for the economy of time, we will now open the inscriptions for all council members that want to intervene in this point. So then when we have the complete list, we will give the floor. So for the moment, let me confirm. No. I will start by Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No.
Oh, okay.
We will collect all the intentions to speak and then we give the floor, because otherwise we will lose more time about this. Germany, then we go Colombia, Denmark, Costa Rica, France, Japan, Korea, so for the moment we have Azerbaijan, Germany, Colombia, Denmark, Costa Rica, France, Japan, Korea. Are there any other council members willing to intervene? So we will do this first round, and then we collect inscriptions for the observer members. Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It is a privilege to address you today on the crucial intersection of the two monumental frameworks, the UNESCO Man Biosphere Program and the Montreal Protocol of the Convention on the Biological Diversity, CBD. This framework supports our efforts to safeguarding biodiversity, promote sustainable development and integrate adverse effects of climate change. The Man Biosphere Program, established in 1922, and promotes sustainable development through the biodiversity conservation and improving the relation between the people and the environment. It achieves this through the global network of more than 700 biosphere reserves in 134 countries. These reserves serve as testing. The Montreal Protocol aims to halt the biodiversity loss, ensure the sustainable use of the biological resources, and equally share the benefit sharing from the genetic resources. Adopted at the CBD COP15 in 2022, it sets ambitious targets for the achievement by 2030, including the protecting of 30% of world land and seas, and restoring more than 20% of the ecosystem in the world. In conclusion, the UNESCO Managed Biosphere Program is an instrument for realizing the objectives of the coming Montreal Protocol of the CBD, but by conserving the biodiversity, promoting sustainable development, and supporting research and monitoring, engaging community, addressing climate change, and building capacity among the member states. As a host country of COP29 on climate change, Azerbaijan fully supports this recommendation and is committed and enhancing the implementation of the Managed Biosphere Program in conjunction of the coming Montreal Protocol. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Azerbaijan. Germany.
Thank you. Thank you also for the presentation of this agenda item. The GBF is a robust framework that now needs to be implemented. However, implementation can only succeed if we also establish an effective mechanism for review and also with the support of relevant multilateral conventions and programs. The MAB program and the World Network of Biosphere Reserves are certainly of particular importance, as biosphere reserves not only contribute to the conservation targets, but to many more. Especially Target 1 on spatial planning seems to be of particular importance in the biosphere reserve context. Germany therefore asks not to only concentrate on Target 3 and the OECMs, but take a more integrated approach on the role of biosphere reserves in the implementation of the GBF. We therefore propose an amendment to the draft decision. Shall I read it out now? So the decision would then read, the MAB Council takes note of the efforts of the Secretariat to position UNESCO and its World Network of Biosphere Reserves in the frame of the coming Montreal GBF and the CBD COP16, and invites the MAB Secretariat to pursue these efforts. And then comes the amendment to position the MAB program and the World Network of Biosphere Reserves as areas for an integrated approach of the GBF.
Thank you, Germany. Colombia.
Buenas tardes. Un saludo a la señora presidenta. Condolencias en el duelo del Reino de Marruecos. Es un honor para Colombia darles la bienvenida a la 16ª Conferencia de las Partes COP16 del Convenio sobre la Diversidad Biológica, que se celebrará en Cali del 21 de octubre al 1 de noviembre de 2024. En esta ocasión Me complace expresar nuestro firme apoyo y entusiasmo por la participación de la UNESCO en este evento trascendental, especialmente en las actividades que destacarán el papel crucial de las reservas de biosfera en la implementación del Marco Mundial de la Diversidad Biológica Kunming-Montreal. Sea la ocasión para destacar la realización de la exposición y muestra de videos al aire libre, Rutas hacia la paz con la naturaleza, que llevará a las pensiones, así como para proporcionar información clara y accesible sobre avances y desafíos. Gracias.
Gracias, Colombia. Denmark.
Thank you to the Secretariat for introducing these issues. We very much appreciate the effort from the Secretariat to position the MAP program and the World Network of Biosphere Reserve in the frame of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Thank you also for informing about the policy brief. However, I do not recall that we have received this information, so I please ask you to resend it to us. Overall, we would like to stress that the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework is much more than the monitoring framework, and that the MAP program and the global network of biosphere reserves has much more to offer than target 3. Hence, working with the GBF from the perspective of the network of biosphere reserves is a contribution for all parts of the framework, notably the 2050 vision on living in harmony with nature. Thus, we can support the suggestion for an amendment from Germany. Regarding the question on OECMs and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, we do look with great interest and curiosity at the development and would like to look closer into this opportunity to link more directly the MAP program and the GBF through the OECMs. We note the development in Portugal and discussions in other countries and would like to see a development in this regard, combining national efforts and a UNESCO MAP approach. Regarding the link between the Global Biodiversity Framework, Denmark took the lead in a Nordic Council of Ministers funded project aiming at translating the GBF into the context of biosphere reserves. So far, we have completed the first phase, and just a few weeks ago, we started the second phase. The first phase were published in this report and brought about a generic translation identifying 6 areas where the MAP program and the network of biosphere reserves contribute to the implementation of the GBF. The 6 areas are the following. 1, conservation of biodiversity. 2, sustainable use of resources. 3, research and education. 4, community engagement and participation. 5, policy support and implementation on a local level. And finally, 6, international cooperation and networking. In the second phase that has just been started, we will gather specific examples from the biosphere reserves in the Nordic countries, which means Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Iceland, and with 2 purposes. 1, to create a compendium of examples for inspiration, and 2, to create a compendium showcasing the great value of the work in the biosphere reserves in connection to the GBF, to policymakers and the like. Follow up on the examples of good practices. We'll work on how to transform good examples as inspiration for creating next practices in biosphere reserves where relevant. As part of the project, we are planning to be present at COP16 in Cali to present and discuss our findings at a side event. In this regard, we will be happy to assist in other side events discussing how to work with the Global Biodiversity Framework on a local level. This part of the project will be finished by the end of 24, and for 25 we are planning a communication and dissemination effort to engage, involve and inspire local communities for actions utilizing the biosphere reserves as living laboratories for sustainable transformation and work with strategic communication towards policy levels on national and regional level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Denmark. Costa Rica.
Muchas gracias, señor secretario. Agradecemos el reporte presentado y por las actividades que han venido siendo desarrolladas por la Secretaría para posicionar el programa MAP y la Red Mundial de Reservas de Biosfera en el marco de Kunming-Montreal y su esquema de monitoreo que será adoptado próximamente. Quisiéramos reconocer particularmente las actividades que han sido desarrolladas con la participación de indígenas y poblaciones locales. Este fue uno de los ámbitos en los que Costa Rica actuó con mayor ahínco durante las negociaciones del marco, impulsando la participación y representación de los pueblos indígenas y las comunidades locales en la toma de decisiones, respetando sus culturas, sus derechos y conocimientos tradicionales. En este mismo contexto, quisiéramos compartir que nuestro país hospedó hace pocas semanas el taller subregional sobre la meta 3 del marco, que busca la protección del 30% de las zonas terrestres, aguas continentales y marinas para 2030, lo cual está evidentemente ligado con los propósitos del programa MAP y su plan de acción de Lima. La participación de representantes de comunidades indígenas costarricenses fue relevante en este encuentro, pues permitió subrayar la importancia de integrar las voces, saberes y conocimientos ancestrales de las comunidades locales en las estrategias de conservación, cuidado y políticas globales en la materia. Quisiéramos finalmente motivar a la Secretaría para que continúe el trabajo desarrollado hasta ahora, velando por la participación de todos los actores relevantes y especialmente por la igualdad de género, reconociendo también que todas las mujeres y niñas tienen los mismos derechos sobre el acceso a la tierra, a los recursos naturales, a la participación y el liderazgo plenos, como fue consagrado también en el marco global de biodiversidad. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Costa Rica. France.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire. Nous félicitons le secrétariat pour ses efforts, pour promouvoir la participation des jeunes à la Convention sur la diversité biologique et pour l'organisation d'événements au Substa 25 à Nairobi très récemment. Le secrétariat a également assuré la présence du MAB à des réunions stratégiques comme à Berne, dans le cadre du PNUE en janvier 2024 et avec le PNUE WCMC en février 2024. Nous aimerions avoir des précisions sur ce que le secrétariat a prévu pour la COP16 de la CBD en Colombie, notamment sur l'état du projet de publication que vous avez mentionné à l'instant sur les liens entre les réserves de biosphère et les AMCE, OICM in English, et sur la mise en œuvre des recommandations du dernier CIC en matière de données, de cartographie et de consultation des gestionnaires de réserves de biosphère pour fournir des données manquantes. Nous aimerions savoir comment la contribution des réserves de biosphère et du réseau mondial des réserves de biosphère à la mise en œuvre du cadre mondial sur la biodiversité Kunming-Montréal est reflétée dans les recommandations qui seront transmises pour adoption à la COP16, notamment en matière d'indicateurs de suivi et en référence avec quelles cibles du cadre mondial. Nous avons récemment travaillé avec nos collègues du réseau Euromab sur ces questions, ce qui pourrait sans doute contribuer à vos réflexions et propositions, comme souligné par l'Allemagne et le Danemark à l'instant. Et selon nous, les réserves de biosphère et le programme MAB peuvent contribuer à au moins 22 des 23 cibles du cadre mondial pour la biodiversité, et pas simplement à la cible 3. À propos des points 11 et 12 du présent document, il semble important de rappeler que les décisions du dernier CIC quant à la mobilisation d'un groupe d'experts représentant les régions du CIC pour guider le travail du secrétariat sur les données qui pourraient constituer des avantages concrets pour la gestion des sites désignés par l'UNESCO. Quel bilan a été fait des formations de renforcement des capacités depuis le dernier CIC? À propos du point 13, notre délégation suggère aussi que le programme MAB poursuive son soutien à la mobilisation de la jeunesse dans le cadre de la COP16 de la CBD, par exemple en soutenant la participation du MAB Youth Network en lien avec le Global Youth Biodiversity Network. Nous aimerions que la recommandation au point 14 soit précisée pour dire ce que le CIC demande au secrétariat de faire afin de le guider dans ses efforts. La délégation aimerait aussi savoir comment l'UNESCO collabore actuellement et prévoit de le faire avec les institutions et organisations internationales et régionales afin d'intégrer les réserves de biosphère dans la base de données internationale, notamment celle du PNUE WCMC et celle du PNUD à travers le UN Biodiversity Lab 2.0. en référence aux recommandations du CIC 34. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, France. Ensuite, Japan.
Thank you, Chair. Japan appreciates the great efforts of the MAB Secretariat to position biosphere reserves as key sites and initiatives within the framework of the Kunming-Montreal GBF and under the process of CBD COP16. From the perspective of nature-based solutions, UNESCO biosphere reserves play an active role in not only conserving the natural environment, but also revitalizing regional economies and communities, leading to the creation of prosperous communities that make the most of nature wisely. They also have the potential to contribute to achieving the GBF 30 by 30 target, including the OECM. It is important for BRs around the world to contribute to the promotion of the GBF in each country by presenting their practical and effective models. It is also important to monitor the result of such initiatives at biosphere reserves and develop a database so as to contribute to the GBF. Japan formulated its National Biodiversity Strategy 2023 to 2030 in March 2023 based on the new GBF. In this strategy, biosphere reserves are considered regions for contributing to achieving the GBF goals. In light of these domestic and international policies, the Japanese National Commission for UNESCO formulated recommendations this month for biosphere reserves to promote the contribution to the Kunming-Montreal GBF, including Target 3 and OECM, through an integrated approach in collaboration with various actors, and is disseminating these recommendations to all biosphere reserves through the Japanese BR network to encourage the efforts. Lastly, the analysis results of the global survey of all MAB focal points are very helpful for considering future policies. So we would like the MAB Secretariat to share them with the member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Japan. Korea.
Thank you. First of all, we appreciate the efforts of the MAB Secretariat to increase the contribution and the feasibility of UNESCO and all the network of biosphere reserves in the completion and the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal GBF monitoring framework. We hope that the efforts will be continued so that the biosphere reserves can be included as one of the main means in the GBF monitoring framework to be adopted at the CBD COP16 in October this year. In this regard, we would like the Secretariat to explain in more detail what roles and contributions biosphere reserves intend to reflect in the GBF monitoring framework, other than being recognized as the key site for the implementation of OECM. Nextly, the policy brief on the role of biosphere reserves in the implementation of the GBF, published in 2022, was very useful in providing a concrete and clear basis for including the role of contribution of biosphere reserves in national GBF implementation systems. For the follow-up policy brief on the linkage between biosphere reserves and OECM, which is being prepared in relation to Kunming-Montreal GBF target number 3 it would be helpful if it covers the requirements and benefits of biosphere reserves as OECMs, considerations for identifying and managing them, and relevant trends in member countries so that biosphere reserves can be reflected primarily in each country's OECM-related laws and policies. In the case of the Republic of Korea, the 2030 National Protected Area Expansion Roadmap was adopted at the end of 2023 in relation to target number 3, whereby the buffer zone of biosphere reserve was included as a potential OECM type, and biosphere reserve was recognized as one of the nature-based sustainable regional development models and expanded. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Korea. China.
Thank you, Chair. A remark from MAP China. China has established the Kunming Biodiversity Fund by cooperation with UNEP, so which is highly consistent with MAP's goals. Therefore, MAP member countries are encouraged to cooperate with UNESCO and actively apply for this fund.
Thank you very much for sharing this news and opportunity. If you agree, we can open the floor now to observer members. So we will do the same. Oh, there is another council member. Please. Romania?
Yes.
Please.
Thank you very much. For first time when I take the floor, I want to congratulate Morocco for this organization of this excellent event. And I want to congratulate the new chair and the new elected bureau. Also, I want to congratulate the Secretariat to bring on the agenda of next COP CBD the Biosphere Reserve and MAP program. In Romania, the it's okay. The are already part of our contribution for the CBD target 3. And we are looking forward to see the progress in the discussion for a link between Target 3 and OECM. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Portugal.
Okay. Thank you very much. Portugal is formally included biosphere reserves as part of the objectives and compliance with the coming Montreal Protocol, formally by the Ministry for Environment. It is of the utmost importance, not only in the interest of these areas and their qualification for biodiversity, but also for what they also contribute by the inspiration of biosphere reserves themselves, especially the cultural, scientific, and educational dimensions, at a time when we are also questioning ourselves about the model or models that best respond to nature conservation and environmental sustainability, but that also guarantee the well-being and prosperity of communities. We support all initiatives to integrate the recognition of biosphere reserves as strategic in meeting global conservation goals, and therefore the work that UNESCO has been doing in responding, and namely to the COP16. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We open the floor to observer members. I can see Australia. I will take note, and then when we collect the, so we have Australia, Canada? No.
Yes, Canada.
So we have Australia and Canada. Can we close the registration now? Okay. Australia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have pleasure in leading off the list of Commonwealth observers. As it's the first time I speak, may I also offer my congratulations to the Chair on her election, and I'm sure that she will keep us all in order over the next few days. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a couple of very quick points on this. First of all, I'd like to mention that in the preamble of the framework, item 7M states that this framework is to be implemented based on the ecosystem approach of the Convention. That ecosystem approach, some may remember, was adopted in 1998 and revised slightly in 2004. MAB made a very significant contribution in the development of that ecosystem approach, including a publication, Solving the Puzzle, the Ecosystem Approach and Biosphere Reserves. I think you can probably still find dusty copies of that somewhere at the back of your office, Mr. Secretary. And it's certainly available online in UNESCO docs. It will be good to highlight this as we are in danger of reinventing the wheel. On OECMs, these have introduced, in my view, an unnecessary complexity. Biosphere reserves, at least the core, cannot be an OECM, but buffer and/or transition could. So it is a rather messy situation. Nonetheless, this should not prevent us from pushing the whole idea of biosphere reserves as a separate category again, which bring together the people-nature interaction, and that is the key. On nature-culture interactions, these are also very important for the links between MAB, other UNESCO sites, and Ramsar Convention sites, and it will be good to understand a little more on the purposes of the Nature Culture Summit and how MAB can contribute to this, and maybe how individual member states can also contribute. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Canada.
Merci, thank you. Since it's the first time I speak also, please let me congratulate Madam, our new chair, for her election. I'm wishing you a very fruitful and productive mandate. So on behalf of Canadian MAB Committee and our 19 Biosphere Reserve, félicitations for your election. Since 2021, Canadian Biosphere Reserve Association and our network of 19 biosphere reserves are working on a national project that is funded by Environmental and Climate Change Canada to establish new protected areas and other effective conservation measures, OECMs, in the buffer and the transition zones of biosphere reserves. So we are not in favor of considering all biosphere reserves zoning as a OECM, but we do have determined a way to analyze the potential contribution of buffer zones and transition zones into OECM. The Canadian network is interested to share its reporting and methodology on meeting international guidelines and standards with biosphere reserves with other member states that would be interested into designating parts of the buffers and transition zone as new protected areas or as an OECM. We would also like to state that we are interested to work along with the UNESCO Chair on Sustainable Heritage in Bergen to include this framework and methodology into the policy brief that is to be adopted at COP16. And one last thing, if I may, as it was announced by our secretary, and since many member states across the whole of the agenda highlighted the importance of youth engagement in all of our discussions, Canada is holding a side event tonight at 6 in Opal Room, so in 9 minutes, I guess. And you're all welcome to join and hear more about the toolkit that we produced. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Canada. We also mentioned already the side event. It's good to refresh. In fact, we are 9 minutes to close the session. We have also limitations, not only about the agenda, but about translation too. And again, this is the moment to say thank you and to ask tolerance and the understanding from the translators too. But we will not finish this point within today, but I think if you agree, we can move on with at least two considerations. That one, I think it is more or less consensual, but I would like to ask Germany to bring back again the proposal, and if we can discuss or agree to endorse it, this will be already a step forward. So if you could read again the proposal, yes please, because we want to make sure that everybody
Yes, I read it out and Barbara will send it in parallel to the Secretariat. So that it would read, the whole sentence would read as follows. The MAB Council takes note of the efforts of the Secretariat to position UNESCO and its World Network on Biosphere Reserves in the frame of the Kunming-Montreal GBF and the CBD COP16, and invites the MAB Secretariat to pursue these efforts. And then it starts the new amendment to position the MAB program and the World Network on Biosphere Reserves as areas for an integrated approach of the GBF.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, do you want to ask the Council if we can endorse this proposition? So the Council endorses, and we take note and incorporate, with many thanks to Germany for the proposal. It's our first decision. Thank you very much. So we have 5 minutes, maybe. If you allow me, I will take this last 5 minutes or less, and then we continue tomorrow on this same point to cover all the interventions, to give you some information about what we are working or thinking and planning, and then you can add and other suggestions regarding the COP16. In general, we are working on an agenda of events together, not only from the MAB, but at UNESCO perspective with other sectors and with other departments, on an agenda of events and actions that, in our case, could showcase the biosphere reserves as key models for sustainable development and biodiversity conservation. The role of biosphere reserves in achieving peace with nature will be emphasized. The importance of transboundary biosphere reserves in promoting regional peace and cooperation will be highlighted. The MAB will focus also on the relevance, the importance of integrating indigenous and local knowledge with scientific approaches to address environmental challenges. Events such as the Guardians of the Amazon, innovative pathways for biodiversity protection, will try to showcase methodologies that combine traditional knowledge with scientific data to find innovative and locally relevant solutions. Emphasis will be also placed on the implementation of youth and civil society in promoting sustainable practices within biosphere reserves, and activities such as the exhibition Pathways to Peace with Nature will try to engage and contribute to engage with the World Network of Biosphere Reserves, with the public, highlighting the contributions of local communities in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The Secretariat will be contacting countries in order to show different case studies for the COP exhibition and for the videos on actions on biodiversity conservation and peace with nature. These are some of the activities that we are launching from the Secretariat point of view. But of course, after listening and after receiving more and updated information, we will need to do a mapping of potential synergies and not duplicating and trying to bring on board, whether through UNESCO or through member states, whatever we can to bring the MAP program and the biosphere reserves in line. Of course, there will be other ideas, and this is an urgent issue. We are working also with the education sector, with information, with communication, with water, with our colleagues that have the Secretariat of the Decade of Science for Sustainable Development. And the point is, we are under this mapping exercise, but these are some of the lines that we are already considering and discussing for the COP16. Thank you. I think we should stop here, if you agree, and continue with this same point tomorrow morning. Yep. If you agree, we will do this, and there is a side event and the Bureau meeting now. Another announcement. For the dinner tonight, we need to bring our badges. So it's fundamental. Bring the badge or you have no access to the site. Again, at 7:15, 7:30, the last bus will be leaving, so be ready to depart at that time. In the meantime, enjoy the side event, and Bureau members will have a meeting right now. Thank you again for your contributions, and see you later at the dinner, if not during the meetings. Thank you very much.